POV Ashton. How exactly do you deal with a giant whale pursuing you and trying to swallow your ship? Well, that's pretty simple, you give it something else to swallow. Usually, I'd suggest high-power nuclear weapons and the like, but I don't carry any of those with me. So I guess I'll have to settle for cheaper, shittier nuclear weapons and biochemical weapons. Why do I carry those with me? Well, having something like that can bring some peace of mind. Although I don't use them for peace of mind, I use them to nuke things I don't like. And honestly, I don't really like this whale all that much. I mean, it's a fascinating specimen and I am quite excited to have met one, but I'm not exactly happy to have it pursue me and the other human survivors back to the new human continent. I do kind of need them all alive, at least most of them. The colony is in dire need of more hands and I'd hate to lose this many at once. I also don't have much energy left to place them all in my void space as I did with the others. To be fair, I was already a bit drained when I arrived here. I did fly at full speed for a few hours. Also, opening up that large a void space is exhausting. I wouldn't even have been able to do it in the past. I usually stick to opening small rifts, but this does count as a special situation. I looked back at the way the large beast swam through the waves trying to reach the ship. At this stage, it's only a matter of minutes before it catches up to the Ark. This boat is no doubt one of my stronger relics, but this beast doesn't even seem to be breaking a sweat to catch up to it. This is a bit disappointing to see. But I guess that there aren't many things besides this that can outswim the Ark. But I guess I shouldn't get too complacent now. If there's one, there can be more. It would be nice if the Compendium of the Wild Hunt was a bit more descriptive of species that I've never observed, but you can't have them all. Currently, there are still 2 minutes left before it catches up to us, but I should start preparing to welcome it. First off, I ran towards the back of the ship. The Zoldyks looked confused for a second before they decided to follow me. Then, after slowing down the Ark and urging Zeno to fly me above the seas, I opened up another rift in space, using half of my remaining energy in the process to expand it to around 5 meters. After which, I started pulling out large cylindrical objects. These aren't exactly finished products, but they should explode nonetheless. I dropped at least 10 of them in the water, after which Zeno flew me back on the Ark and I quickly sped up to get away from the site. Worst case scenario, this only angers the beast, not even scratching it properly, but that's unlikely. It should at least injure it a bit. This thing still has no shot of being stronger than my teacher, but the problem here is that we are technically in its territory. Here, this thing is at its strongest. Everyone, cover your ears and don't stand on the deck. I issued that command loud enough for everyone to hear. Thankfully, they listened to me. The civilians all ran inside the Ark and, after less than a minute of steering the Ark away from the minefield, everyone could hear a powerful explosion. Even when they were muffled by water, the sound of 10 consecutive nuclear explosions is still deafening. And the sea reacted accordingly. The blast and power of the explosions rose at tsunami towards the Ark. It was blocked by the barrier, but I reckoned that it wasn't pleasant turbulence for our passengers. I could see it clearly, in the middle of all of the fire, waves and radiation. But I didn't need to see it. I heard the enraged roar of that beast crystal clear. And so did everyone else. It was hard to ignore, an eardrum-breaking sound that I can only describe as irritating. This whale is certainly mad, but it also definitely got injured. I could see a hue of red in the gigantic waves, a sign that the large beast couldn't shrug off such powerful weapons with ease. Even if they are the weakest nuclear weapons that I made, they are still strong enough to level a mountain range when chained together like they were now. Are you insane? Maha, who is one of the people that didn't go inside the Ark, was quick to question my sanity. But I guess he just feels the need to shout at something since he couldn't even cover both of his ears when the explosion happened. Totally, I shouted right back at him as I navigated the Ark to use the force of the waves to accelerate our retreat. It's been a while since I've been this thrilled. I guess it's also been a while since I've been in danger. In truth, I can only run away in this situation, I am already exhausted and I don't see myself surviving against that thing. If you think about it, this scenario has become even more dangerous than the fight with Brian, and that does say quite a lot about the strength of this large whale. It does stand at the top of the food chain when it comes to sea life and all of that. Not only that, it's by no means mindless. Unlike the other troglodytes that infest these waters, this whale is highly intelligent and devious. It wasn't affected by the same plague as the residents of the Dark Continent. Thankfully, this thing is also a curious sort. It had no actual reason to pursue us besides its curiosity. This isn't an extremely violent species. The compendium called them the explorers of the sea. I'd love to get to study a member of this species, but I am really in no shape to take that thing on. _POV narration _ As Ashton maneuvered the ark onto the waves, something else happened. The water at the origin of those waves seemed to stir. A large body started squirming in the middle of that unnaturally formed whirlpool. Those movements spoke of pain, its mannerisms gave away its anguish. Half of its head had been raised off, its skull was fully visible, it had tanked the brunt of those explosions with its head. And it showed. Ashton could clearly see the damage it had dealt to the creature. And it was most certainly unpleasant. I guess that was just a cub? No way an adult ancestral whale would have been this injured from a few shitty nukes. And he was right. Unfortunately. After all, ancestral whales hunt as families. Too bad the compendium didn't quite mention that part. Chapter 197, Into the Fire. _POV Ashton _ Is this one really a cub? I mean, it's extremely large and everything. It might just be a specimen that has reached its adolescence. That would make more sense. I simply can't really see it growing even further. Still, those nuclear weapons really did a number on the whale. It's pretty clearly blinded on one eye now, and I doubt it has any energy left to pursue us. Well, I don't even know if it will survive from these injuries. I mean, the ancestral whale isn't supposed to have much regeneration. I think that settles it, I shouted to Mahon as the tsunami went underneath the ark and carried us even further from the whale that was still squirming in pain. That was highly unexpected and extremely reckless. But I guess I should loosen up a bit. It could have been worse. Maho was just taking a sigh of relief as another loud rumble stopped us in our tracks. What? In the waters behind the ancestral whale that we had nuked, appeared two more shadows of similar size. No. They look even larger. They rose to the surface, creating tsunamis just as large as the ones that the nukes created. I could see Maha's lower lip tremble as he looked at the situation unfolding in the distance. I am honestly in no better state. I don't actually have any other nukes to use against them. I'm also unsure if it would even work on these now. They are supposed to be intelligent. Using the same trick twice, it wouldn't work properly. Well, me and my big mouth, I said while showing Maha and Zeno a bleak smile. Yeah. I regret coming here now, said Zeno while releasing a sigh of frustration. Now that I think about it, the Zoldyks got involved in this solely because of me. Therefore, it is my responsibility to make sure that they will survive this ordeal. Maha didn't say anything, he only stared at the enraged beasts with a wary gaze. Then, a look of resolution appeared on his face. Ashton, could you please take the younger members of the Zoldyk family in the same place as those civilians? He said while still staring at the whales. If it's you, I'm sure you can outrun them on your own. I think I can at least serve as a distraction for a few short minutes. The old man showed no signs of hesitation as he prepared to sacrifice himself. Zeno looked at his grandfather with a shocked gaze. He just gritted his teeth and said, I can also help hold them back. I am no youngling after all, he said with the same determination that Maha had just shown. At this point, neither of them seemed to care much for the rest of the people on board, but they are going to protect their family. Honestly, I can respect that. I think Silva would have insisted on remaining too if he were still here. But someone does need to calm down the civilians in the Ark. Their willingness to sacrifice themselves is quite endearing. But no can do. I've got you all involved in this mess. "It is mine to fix," I said with a reassuring tone. But it seems they aren't really buying it. I just heaved a sigh and looked at the whales that had already started making their way towards the ark. _POV narration _ This body of mine is old, it has been through enough. I guess it's time I finally let go of my longevity for good. Ashton's words seemed to astonish Maha. He looked in horror as a black aura seemed to cover Ashton's body completely. He was unsure of what he was seeing, but then it clicked to him. He could feel it. A large spike in aura, a frightening amount of strength was projected from the body of the old hunter. One much greater than what he had before. At least at first glance. But Maha hadn't really felt the entirety of Ashton's Nen in the past. At least not to this extent. All Maha and Zeno could see a silhouette, long hair floating towards the sky, a beard that seemed to be trying to follow it too. Then, it just stopped. The black aura vanished, revealing an aged-up version of Ashton. One that they had seen in the past. The only difference was the white hairs that could be spotted in Ashton's long beard. Both his hair and beard seemed to reach the ground, they somewhat hid his handsome features and gave him an aged, worn-out look. What have you done? Maha was no stranger to the way Nen responded to feelings. He had heard of people using it for momentary power like this. But to actually witness it himself. Zeno was also left speechless, looking at both his grandfather and Ashton with a serious gaze. Ashton, however, was calm. He looked at his hand, he had outgrown his suit, torn it apart, muscles were visible all over his body. "This is slightly different from my previous transformation," he mused as he clenched his fist and saw how his well-defined muscles twitched. "With this strength, I could even reach my teacher," he thought to himself as he stared at the sea in front of him. There was no turning back now. He had been confident and arrogant in the past when he had first done this because he knew that he could regain his youth. But now there was no spring of life to save him. "I only have a few drops left. But I want to give them to Mamas and Pito. I don't actually think they'd make a difference at this point." He had just the same amount of Nen in his body, but his aura was much more volatile. It gave the people around him a different feeling than before. Now, Ashton looked at the whales with a serious gaze. "I guess I should test this out." Using wind aspect, he rode in the air and flew above the sea. He was standing right on top of one of the whales in less than a second. He looked down at the being that had just put the lives of those he was protecting in peril. His gaze didn't show any disdain, it didn't show any arrogance. It just showed a cold mask. That mask hid a rage that the family of ancestral whales were about to feel in its entirety. He heaved a sigh, spreading his Nen around in that small part of the sea with every breath he took. Then, with one last sigh, followed by a smile, boom, the air itself combusted in searing hot flames, raising and evaporating the sea all around the whales. Maha and Zeno watched with wide eyes and bated breath as steam covered the entirety of the sea. It was a frightening sight, but even then, the thick steam couldn't hide the raging flames behind it. They could feel the stench of burned flesh, then the distinct smell of overcooked meat, charcoal. After a few minutes, the steam dispersed in an unnatural way, revealing a stationary Ashton standing in the middle of a whirlpool, as the sea tried to fill in the spots that had evaporated due to the flames. There was no sight of the whales. Then they reached the surface, carcass after carcass, bits and pieces of black flesh and bones. There was no life left to speak of in that small pocket of the sea. And there were no ancestral whales left to speak of. As for Ashton, well, he used wind aspect to cut off the excess hair and then flew back to the ship. On his mind a single thought was present. I guess I need to accelerate my plans now. This body won't hold out for much longer. Chapter 198, Barrier and Old Soldier. _POV narration _ The journey back to the new continent was somewhat uneventful after that. The Zoldyks didn't really know how to react to Ashton's new appearance. Killua and Gon didn't even react, though both of them were still somewhat wary of Ashton. But the senior members of the Zoldyk family now looked up to Ashton, who had willingly given away his own lifespan to help them out of that perilous situation. Maha and Zeno didn't have the slightest doubt that Ashton would have been capable of leaving by himself if he truly wanted to. But he chose to stay and protect the others. It was something that was deserving of respect in the eyes of the Zoldyck family. The journey back only lasted around a day and a half, the ark not being anywhere near as fast as Ashton's explosive propulsion through the air. In the end, reaching the new continent allowed the Zoldicks, as well as everyone else on board, to heave a sigh of relief. Seeing land so close to them was an exciting idea. "I can already see the city," Mahu said while his empty sleeve dangled in the wind. He looked through a small binocular at the city in the distance. "Indeed, there are 3 of them, one still under construction. That's where most of the new arrivals will be staying," I say while sitting on the edge of the ship, propped onto the rail of the ship. "Is food going to be sufficient?" The journey towards the new continent was relaxed since Ashton came over. They didn't need to worry about provisions since over half of the mouths they were feeding were currently in a place without any flow of time. "Of course, we have already established farms large enough to sustain 3 times the amount of people we currently have. Preventive reserves are also there, food won't be an issue anytime soon." Ashton's words made Maha nod, but he was still in thought. The 2 of them had spent most of their time together. Ashton had gotten a proper haircut, a few of the passengers were apparently capable hairdressers, which was a skill that was quite lacking in the colonies. Imagine that, they had engineers of all colors but they lacked both sufficient doctors and hairdressers. It was actually amusing to think about. But not all of the topics that the 2 old men spoke about were amusing. In that short journey, Ashton also learned exactly what had happened to the rest of humanity. He learned of the mass suicide spots. It wasn't all that shocking to him, but it was concerning to him. He still wanted to learn more about the reason for such an attack. He really doubted that the gods were only doing this out of spite or boredom, although that wouldn't have surprised him if it were the case. But he did realize something. The appearance of the ancestral whales doesn't mean anything good for humanity. It was something that he had thought of at the moment as well. But only now did he understand the ramifications of such an appearance. In between Lake Mobius and the rest of the world, there was a barrier put in place. Ashton had no idea of what had created it, where its origin was or for how long it had been there. But he knew of its assistance. It was what kept the stronger beings a long distance away from Lake Mobius. It was what had allowed humanity to survive for so long within that small corner of the world. And the appearance of the whales only meant one thing. The barrier is falling. He didn't know how or why. But he knew that it was happening. So, he needed to hurry and gain enough strength to protect humanity, lest they were all doomed. It wasn't that he didn't trust humanity at all. But he knew that they weren't anywhere near ready to fight the being that the rest of the world held. The Dark Continent would rip and tear into the remaining humans with ease and barbaric ferocity. It wasn't something that Ashton wanted to let happen. Not if he could help it. Hey! To think I'd end up being the only safety net that humanity has in the end. It was an amusing, yet somewhat dreadful thought. Say, are you truly sure that more powerful beasts will show up from now on? Maha asked, still not taking his gaze away from the bustling city in the distance. More than certain. It's not even a question at this point. From here on out, it will be a struggle for survival. Without any stops for rest. Can your old body take that much? I asked with a smile. I honestly don't know what I was expecting. Maha revealed a smile, one filled with energy that I hadn't seen from him in a long time. Ever since he took the head of the thing that had killed his son. There aren't many as strong as I am. You are an exception. It is my obligation as a human to make sure that the next generations can live on unbothered, he said while putting down his spyglass and looking at me with a smile. Ha! In the end, it comes to us old soldiers. To take care of things once and for all. But our time will eventually run out, Ashton said, casting a serious gaze while staring at the civilians that were happily walking on his ark and saw the children laughing, the adults smiling happily. They were all nothing but children in his eyes though. I still have a few years in me. Especially with that drop of water you gave me. I won't croak anytime soon," the old assassin said while also gazing at the civilians. "Obviously. Say, I think you'll like this thing as much as your son did." Ashton plunged his hand into the void, pulling out an ancient-looking ornamental knife. Mahu looked at it with curiosity. "This little toy. It's called Yama's dagger or Yama's nail. Everything it cuts, it kills. The user pays the price in the aura, corresponding with the strength of the target. If you run out of Nen, it will drain your life." Mahu still watched the dagger with a questioning eye. "This relic used to be the weapon of your son. We had sealed it away to prevent any greedy individuals from targeting him in the Zoldyks. But I don't think we have the luxury to worry about it anymore." Mahu took the dagger with a shaky hand. He looked it over a few times, before raising it to the sky and smiling. "I guess the two of us did always have similar tastes." He spoke in a melancholic tone, but his features didn't show any sadness. He just seemed content. "Well, he was also similar to you in personality. Maybe a bit less tame," Ashton said with a wry smile. Zig had always lacked the cautiousness of an assassin. But when it came to actually being sneaky, no one could actually beat him. Mahu just laughed a bit, before starting at the approaching wooden fort of the city. "Well, we've arrived," Ashton shouted as he turned around to the rest of the people. What greeted him were resounding cheers from the people on board. He just smiled in with hidden irritation as he tuned out the loudness of their joy, and focused on other things. "I wonder how mamas will react to my new appearance," he thought with a smile. Chapter 199, Grief and Fear. _POV narration _ Ashton's arrival didn't come as a surprise to the Zodiacs. Quite a few members were expecting him and the Zoldyks. Cheetah especially was waiting with bated breath. She wanted to know what became of the expedition that the Zoldyks started. She knew that the colonies could use all of the help they could get. The people started to disembark the Ark in an orderly fashion, directed by none other than Illumi and Kikyo. The elders of the Zoldyck family were still on the deck of the ship, looking over things and watching their new home. Suddenly, a giant rip in space opened up right near the ship, startling all of the people that were currently on the shore. Out of the torn space came two wrecked ships. They seemed to be on the brink of sinking and they were beached upon appearing. What? Cheetah looked at the new ships in confusion. The Zodiacs beside her were not any better than her. Then, a dust cloud rose from their side, as they heard someone land on the sand. With a wave of the hand, Cheetah blew the dust away, managing to reveal the familiar face of a man. The Zodiacs instantly recognized him, so did Kite and Morel. They looked at his form with curiosity. They realized that something had happened. Unfortunately, not all of the people present understood the implications of Ashton's new appearance. "Damn, you do look pretty decent with a beard," said Kanzai while looking at Ashton with a smile. Ashton just had a face that said obviously. His confident smile was dazzling to Cheetah. "Well, we don't have much time to talk about my good looks. But I appreciate the thought." Ashton's confident smile didn't falter one bit when he spoke to the people present. "What happened? I remember that you became like this only after facing a powerful enemy." Cheetah finally voiced her concerns for the others to hear as well. Kanzai had a look of realization on his face, as Ashton laughed at him for a bit. Cheetah simply raised an eyebrow in concern, as even Ashton's laughter seemed to be tired and aged. It was somewhat tragic for her to hear. But she didn't let it show on her face. "Well, as I said, we don't have much time to talk. Things are about to get a lot busier than before." Ashton's words made the Zodiacs sweat a bit. Kite and Morel didn't quite know how much work the others were already doing, so they weren't as affected by Ashton's words. Unfortunately, it seems that the barrier separating Lake Mobius from the rest of the world is starting to show flaws. I can confirm the presence of 3 beings that are far too powerful for this lake to contain. Ashton's words almost formed a pit in Cheetah's stomach. The chairman of the association gulped as she looked at Ashton expectantly, hoping to hear some sort of continuation to his claims. Every human that knew of the Dark Continent also knew about the barrier separating it from the human world. It was found out by humanity relatively early. It happened as soon as they had their first successful expedition and they finally learned just how frightful the world was. After all, it only made sense that something was stopping these powerful beings from crossing over into Lake Mobius and rendering it completely unlivable to humans. 3 species that can only be found in the deepest oceans beyond the known Dark Continent have been spotted in the middle of our lake. The people around Ashton all gulped as they listened to his words. Another 2 sounds appeared from behind everyone. Mahia and Xena both landed near the group, neither of them raising any dust. It was quite ferocious beast. It was also surprisingly large. Zeno spoke up to the startled hunters. Well, regardless. I don't know how they reached this lake, but they're here and it doesn't mean anything good for us. Ashton's words seemed to be stressing Cheetah out. We need to contact the other expedition too. Gather our forces and prepare for the worst. Cheetah spoke while rubbing the bridge of his nose. This body of mine is also falling apart. Ashton rolled up the sleeves of his lab coat and showed the hunters the leathery blackened skin that was covering his arms. Cheetah's eyes shone with a strange light. What? What happened? The expression of most of the Zodiacs was quite grave, including Morel. Kite just had a strange frown on his face. It seems that turning my vitality to strength for a second time was a bit too much. I'll figure it out though, don't worry about it too much. Mahia and Xena both looked to be quite ashamed. In their eyes, the only reason for Ashton's current state was the fact that he needed to take care of them all. How can you ask me not to worry about it? Ashton, you're dying. Ashton had somewhat underestimated the reaction that others would show to his conundrum. Cheetah especially even had some tears in her eyes. Yeah, that's so fucked. Kanzai was also running his hands through his hair. Don't overreact. I've been through worse, Ashton said while waving off their concerns. But, in truth, he hadn't been through worse. Currently, his body was falling apart with every passing second. He was well aware that his days were numbered. There were very few things he could do to repair his body. Even healing himself by transferring his consciousness into a healthy clone would likely harm him even more. He had almost no vitality left in his body, and he had no reliable way to replenish it. Nitro rice already had almost no effect on him. He was like a skinny man slowly dying of thirst in the middle of the desert. The only reason he wasn't bedridden like Gon had been was because he was much stronger. He hadn't expected his body to react that way to the second exchange of vitality into Nen. But it was already done, he couldn't take it back. He needed to spend his moments carefully. What are you going to do? Asked Cheetah after calming down a bit. Ashton was essential to them. He was not only someone they relied on due to strength, he was a friend, a man that they could trust. Losing him would mean losing a great ally to humanity. They simply couldn't afford it in their current situation. Let alone the fact that Cheetah was quite attached to Ashton at that point. Same could be said for most of the Zodiacs as well as Morel and Nav. I won't be dying anytime soon if that's what you're asking, Ashton said in a happy tone. The smile on his face gave away quite a bit about his thoughts. Even when faced with such things, they were completely calm and collected. There was not one trace of doubt in his eyes. Not 1 milligram of concern for his own safety. Another thing, I don't have much time. Would you mind telling Mamas of my situation? I'll be off in my man cave trying to fix it for a while. Tell her not to worry about it, Ashton said as he prepared to take the ark and walk off. He was currently in no state to use any Nen. He needed to trek his way to his laboratory on foot. Thankfully he didn't have a lot of walking to do, and his physical body was strong enough to speed things up greatly. Now, what exactly was he supposed to do about his body? Chapter 200, To Combine and Create. _POV Ashton_. Now, Ashton, how do you save yourself? Truth be told, actually healing myself seems pretty much impossible to achieve. Asking I for help would be the only option I've got to heal myself. And I'm reluctant to do it. I hasn't even been responding lately. Not even to Killua, and he was technically friends with the thing. So I guess that's not even an option anymore. The only method of preserving myself that I have left is the one in front of me. Project P, from Procreation. A shitty name that I came up with on a whim. In front of me, on top of my large desk, stands a strange container with tubes connected to it from many different sides. Each tube further connects to a different container. This is the result of the few months I've had to work on these things. I've called it the artificial womb. Now, this is a perfect recreation of the reproductive system found inside the Chimera Ant Queen. It was a bit difficult to salvage since the king managed to injure her quite a bit, but I still managed. It just took me more than it otherwise would have. The reproductive system itself was quite intricate. I needed to recreate its stomach, as well as the two of them, worked hand in hand. Each tube that enters the mechanical womb must be connected to a small stomach container. The reproductive system works by digesting the DNA from the things consumed and combining them into one single container, the womb. It's a bit odd, but it should work. Problem? I haven't the time to test this thing on humans. I don't have any guinea pigs left from the last time I ran human experiments, so I only tested it on animals. I don't know if it will work the same as the queen's actual reproductive system when humans are involved. I plan to grow myself a new body. I've been thinking and planning this for a very long time. I've kept samples of every calamity, all of the powerful beasts that I could find in the Dark Continent. Now, why exactly was I thinking of something like this even before getting this body injured beyond any repair? Well, at first, I was a bit sad at my lack of progress. For the first time in my life, there is simply no way to grow stronger with this body. I am currently still limited by my innate talents. I was never an overwhelmingly talented individual anyway. But after giving my vitality for strength the first time, I reached the very limit that my body allows. The only obvious path forwards in this aspect is simply becoming something other than human. In truth, I wasn't going to go through with this plan, but my body dying already isn't something that I can afford to let happen. Humanity's fate is currently related to my survival. I made a sacrifice to save the Zoldycks and the rest of the expedition that was coming our way, but I doubt that humanity will survive without my help or interference. Well, I now realize just how pretentious that sentence sounds. But it is a fact. There currently aren't any Nen users powerful enough to take care of the more dangerous beings in the Dark Continent. Kite is probably the closest thing they have to me in strength, but I doubt he's actually enough to deal with hordes of monsters just as strong or even stronger than him. A lot of my strength resides in artifacts and fighting styles, but that's beside the point. I am lucky that my most useful weapon negates defenses. If serving were to happen to me, a large gap would open up in our defense. When thinking like that, some might find my decision to sacrifice my lifespan to be selfish, especially considering the circumstances. But, at this point, that doesn't matter to me. The only people I do feel bad about are Cheeto, Kurapika, and Mamas. At least Kite and Mahua are both still alive and relatively healthy. The two of them together should technically be able to defend humanity for a while. 1. I doubt a large horde forming as it did in the Dark Continent is actually possible, so they should be relatively fine even if this little experiment of mine fails and I end up dead. There's also Pedo, but I at least know that she'd survive even without me. She's not exactly human, so she won't even be a target. As long as she doesn't put herself in front of danger, she'll be fine. Well, I don't have much time left. I maybe have one more week left in this body. I need to hurry up and start creating a body for myself. I need to greatly hurry the process of forming a body too. This is basically my last chance at survival. I can't afford to waste time when I don't even know how long assimilating all of these bodies will take for the artificial stomachs. I hurried along and put all of the parts I could fit inside. I cut chunks of the bigger carcasses. My list of beings that will make up my new body is quite extensive. Namely, all of the calamities besides which I don't have any method of getting a sample of. There's a piece of bone from that rock I encountered in the Dark Continent, a small piece of exoskeleton belonging to the blood spider that captured the expedition team that one time. There's also a small charred piece of flesh from an ancestral whale. And, to top it all off, I also add a chunk of flesh from my teacher. Just to add more spice to this strange abomination that I'm creating. Okay, so the worst thing that can happen is that I create an unkillable monster that doesn't have any memory. Basically a newborn artificial chimera ant-king, but on steroids / made with better ingredients. I will also add myself to one of these stomachs. I will be the last piece of the puzzle, as some would say. I also will add a few more things in there. Exotic species that I happen to have some remains of on me. Like the black-winged scorpion, which has the strongest poison in Lake Mobius. Well, I should start preparing. Depending on the outcome, this might be my very last experiment. Chapter 201, Last Moments and Melancholy. _POV narration_. When you think about it, Ashton delegating the task to give Mom his news of his impending demise to Cheeto might not have been the best of ideas. One can only imagine the things going through the head of that young princess when she inevitably asked why everyone seemed so down. Cheeto herself dreaded telling Mom of the situation. Even with Ashton's assurance, she knew that sugarcoating the fact that he was dying would be impossible. The only assurance they had was from Ashton himself, so they couldn't be sure that everything would truly be fine. Thankfully, Mom didn't cry at the news. She took the news quite well outwardly. Inside, however, she was looking for ways to cope with the information she had just received. Kurapika was much like her in that aspect. To him, Ashton was still his only family member left alive. Reuniting with Gon and Killua had somewhat distracted him at first, but he did learn of it afterwards. But the Kurta clan survivor had a lot of trust in Ashton's capabilities. If Ashton himself wasn't panicked, then he thought that everything would work out. So he's trying to fix it, right? He said that he'd be fine? Mom asked with a hopeful tone. Yes, he said not to worry. His condition seemed quite serious, but this is Ashton we're talking about after all. Cheeto responded with a forced smile. In the end, an older voice managed to calm them both down. Oh, stop moping about, the both of you. I bet you he'd be annoyed if he were here. If he said he's going to be done, then he is going to be fine. The one that spoke was none other than Maha. The old assassin has tagged along with the Zodiacs to discuss a few things. They stopped by the Prince compound to call a joint meeting with all of them. They needed everyone to get acquainted with the new leaders, the ones that had to lead the colonies that had just recently arrived. They were all to be briefed about the way the colony was faring. Now that the barrier protecting Lake Mobius was weakened, they needed to urgently get to preparing a contingency plan to ensure the survival of all humans. Who are you, old mister? Mom asked while starting at the short and bald assassin. Watch your mouth. Who are you calling old? Your little boyfriend is 10 times older than me, you brat. The old man retorted to the young princess. It was quite plain to see to him that Ashton's relationship with Mom was deep enough to warrant such a reaction. His speaking with that amount of energy was also quite new. After drinking that small drop of the spring of life, he had regained a lot of his vitality. He felt as energetic as he was in his youth. There were even signs of him regrowing his hand. It was a joyous time for the Zoldyck family. But the old assassin also regained some of his vigors when it came to retorts and brashness. He was never the type to take things lying down, and mentioning a man's age was quite rude, at least in his opinion. Badabai coughed a bit to dispel the awkwardness, then he spoke up. Princess. He's the oldest member of the Zoldyck family, Maha Zoldyck. Beside him is his grandson Zeno, and his grandson Silva. He looked around awkwardly, as he had basically given away that Maha was already an ancestor of the Zoldyck family. I see. Were you present when Ashton was? You know. Mom asked while looking at Maha for a bit. The short assassin just nodded. Yeah, he didn't hesitate for 1 second. I doubt he would have done it if he didn't have a way out already planned. Maha didn't mention that Ashton didn't know his body would react violently to his transformation. He thought that adding that would be spitting on the effort to calm everyone down. In truth, all three of the Zoldyks present knew that Ashton was also taken by surprise with his impending demise. It was highly unlikely that he had something planned. They saw over the course of their journey, just how quickly his body was decaying. He was living, breathing, speaking to them. But his body seemed to be decomposing regardless of that. The process became even worse when he used Nen. It actually visibly got worse after he dispelled the arc and paid the price in aura that the relic asked for. That would be very like him. He does love to think ahead sometimes, Mama's said with a sad smile. Would have been nice if he came and told me himself though, she said, dispirited. Now, I'm sure he has a lot to set up if he wants to heal himself, Silver said, trying to make things sound a bit better for Ashton. He was aware that displeasing his wife wasn't a fine experience. Basically, he didn't want Ashton to return to more trouble when he returned. 1. I see. We should start our meeting and our preparations. Shouldn't we? Said Mamas as she prepared to call the other princes and queens in. Indeed. You all do have a lot to hear about. So buckle in, Cheetle said while looking at the new arrivals. Namely, Morel, Nav, Kite and the Zoldyks. While that was happening, someone else was arguing in some other place. Namely, a laboratory in a cave somewhere. Ashton was arguing with none other than himself. Who the fuck designed this thing? Was I drunk? Any sense of eloquence was gone. He didn't have time for senseless posturing, his life was at stake. Currently, he already started the process of mixing all of the beasts he had collected together. All of the stomachs were filled to the brim with different parts of different species. He was already looking at the way that something was starting to form in the womb. Well, at least it works. Can't argue with that. Still, whether or not I can transfer my consciousness in there, that's a bit more difficult to discern. I guess trial is the mother of all knowledge. He spoke to himself for a very good reason. He was constantly drifting in and out of consciousness. He could slowly feel that he was in his last hours. He just had a bit of preparation left to do. He had no helpers, no one he could ask to insert his brain into one of the smaller stomach containers. So, in his last moments, he built a larger stomach and combined it with the rest. A last-ditch effort. The scientist shakily got up. There was drool at the corners of his mouth. He could feel his eyes sting as he cried out tears of blood. Unintentionally, of course, he was otherwise calm, even under those circumstances. Although, there was also something else underneath that calmness, gripping at his heart. The main driving force behind his will to live. Fear. Fear of leaving everyone behind, fear of abandoning them, fear of causing even more pain to those he cared about. And, lastly, fear of death. The longer one lives, the more afraid one becomes. Now, Ashton faced that fear head-on. It was like staring into a dark abyss. The lack of knowledge, the lack of assurance. What will come after this? Where will I end up? His mind twisted itself with questions as he slowly and limply made his way towards his vat. He opened the door and slowly walked in. Mamas passed by his mind for a few seconds, someone he had opened himself up to. Far too late in his life. He hadn't gotten to even enjoy their relationship fully. The time he had spent with her was nothing more than a small, insignificant fraction of time compared to the long life he had lived. But it was oh such a memorable one. As the special liquid he had created started filling the vat, another strange thought reached his mind. Netero, Zig. Lin. If this fails, I guess we'll meet again, won't we? In such a large world, I had the fortune to meet the three of you. In such a large world, I had the pleasure to spend time with all of you. In such a large world, I laughed, I danced, I ate, I loved, I cried, I fought, I dreamed, I explored all alongside you. I'm sorry. When we meet again, let it be like the good old times. And just like that, his last moments in that world were spent with a melancholic smile on his face, as the acidic liquid deconstructed his body. Chapter 202, Preparing for the Worst. POV Kurapika_. We can't go slacking now that Ashton is temporarily out of the picture. We need to make sure that humanity is prepared for the mass migration of the beasts in the Dark Continent. Cheadle has called this meeting to inform the newer arrivals. But the rest of us are also in need of some motivation. Losing Ashton at such a crucial time is likely going to cause us a lot of trouble. But it could have been worse. From what he said, the barrier is only weakened at this point. It probably hasn't fallen completely as of now. At least we can assume so. So all of us will be deported to the newest built city? Maha asked while looking around the table. Yes, the city is already prepared and livable. There are only a few more houses to work on. But that can be done with time. For now, we can also use tents. Cheadle is still the leader of the expedition, even after the arrival of the others. The employees of the Hunter Association were to be spread out throughout all of the cities to keep a close eye on all of them. The arrival of all of these new Nen users will make our lives much easier. But new threats will also start appearing from now on. If beasts powerful enough to push Ashton to that extent are actually in Lake Mobius, then more are bound to come. Thankfully, Ashton did confirm to the Zoldyks that such powerful monsters are few and far between. But, to us, even the weaker monster in the Dark Continent might become an issue. We're sitting ducks. The only thing we have going for us is that we have some understanding of the monsters we will end up facing eventually. Badabai spoke with irritation. He's one of the oldest members of the Zodiacs. He doesn't seem quite pleased with the situation. Even now, the only reason we have some knowledge of the beasts in the Dark Continent is due to Ashton's interference. He gave a special type of relic, as he calls them, to one of his Oldic elders. It's a strange book that lists all of the species alive. It's a bit strange. Ashton said that it's only listing the ones that other humans have observed before. But I don't remember all of the discussions we've had on his powers and abilities. He loved speaking of technicalities and the way his powers worked alongside these relics. As we are now, we can barely fight off the beasts found in this land. We need to make sure that we are prepared for the ones that might come. Myzystem spoke out soon after Batabai. He perfectly summarized the entirety of our meeting. As we are now, the price for preparation is paid for in resources and delegates manpower, but we can't afford to be stingy. All of our lives depend on this. Cheadle spoke with a frustrated sigh. We better get to work. I'm sure we each can find something to do in these busy times. But we also need a clear goal, Mahu said while looking around the table. This old man is odd. He's apparently Killua's ancestor. How he's alive is beyond me. But I guess Ashton is also still alive, so the point's dead. Well, there's that small thought at the back of my head. What if Ashton isn't alive? What if he doesn't survive his ordeal? What will happen to humanity then? We are all wholly unprepared to deal with the upcoming crisis. I'm also afraid that no amount of preparation will be enough. Even worse, I never got to say to him that I forgive him. After all, dying with regrets is worse than just dying in general. At first, I didn't know if I could bring myself to forgive him. But then I looked at things more and more. I ended up realizing that a lot of the stuff he did after meeting me has been only to help me. He decided on killing his disciple, Killua, for me. He even made me a Nen beast, one that has gotten stronger for some reason. I can think of a few reasons as to why this happened. But the most apparent one: post-mortem Nen. I haven't told anyone of this. And I certainly won't anytime soon. I just hope Ashton has a way to come back to us. Thankfully, the others aren't aware of how strong the Nen beasts he made were. Mama's is also new to Nen, so it's unlikely for her to notice the difference. Kurapika. What's wrong? You've been spacing out for a while now. Leorio is the one that got me out of my trance. Just thinking of a few things. I guess the next few weeks will be even busier than the ones before. I need to get my mind out of the gutter. We don't have time to stand around and contemplate our futures. We're too busy trying to save them. _POV Camilla_. Oh, Ashton. For all of your intelligence and experience, you were never truly knew about a woman's heart, did you? So many things you could have done better to lighten the load on poor Mama's heart. Yet, I guess you didn't have much time left. I'm not hopeful about that old hunter's fate. Why? Well, I like to be realistic. I heard what they told Mama's about his condition. That his body was decomposing already. They didn't speak much of the severity of it. But, I am well aware that they won't tell her the full details of his condition. His chances of survival must be slim enough to make one feel hopeless. I think our time without Ashton's help will be interesting to see. How long will we last? Will we thrive? Regardless, I've been noticing quite an interesting phenomenon. My Nen seems to be slowly getting stronger. I don't know why, but I guess it has to do with my heightened senses. I'm sure other Nen users noticed this too. Even regular people seem to be growing in terms of aura, without any prior training. I can't wait to see what the future has in store for us. Chapter 203, Time and Developments. _POV narration _ A few months passed ever since the disappearance of Ashton. The human cities were progressing slowly, a lot of the infrastructure remained to be unfinished for a long time. Things like bars, parks and other projects made to boost the mood of the people were all postponed indefinitely. Why? Well, a vast majority of the workforce was delegated to building a system of sturdy underground tunnels throughout each city. The building of the walls was the only thing that was finished promptly, as it served as another layer of defense against any threat that might appear. There were many weapons built for aerial defense, there was no holding back when it came to budgets. But that was all more to give the people a feeling of safety. The leaders, the princes, all knew that such defenses were never going to hold out against the things described in Ashton's book. Thankfully though, humanity still had some trump cards. Even without Ashton, something else started happening that managed to cause quite the stir among the leaders of the human cities. Every single observable member of the human species became substantially stronger. Maha even became as strong as Ashton was before he fought Miriam. It was strange, the only people that remained unaffected were the Chimera ants. They remained mostly the same. Cheetil and the others all got much stronger, many even surpassing the old chairman of the association. It was a strange feeling to all of them. Still, that strange change gave them, even more, hope at surviving the upcoming disasters. Cheetil hypothesized that the change happened due to the gradual fall of the barrier. It was merely a theory, but under those premises, they concluded that the barrier was being kept up by the collective Nen of the entire human race. Kurapika assumed it was due to some strange relic, the kind that Ashton constantly told him about. The human race was nearly extinct now, so the few that remained weren't nearly enough to keep the barrier up. Currently, they all assume that the barrier is simply running on fumes. It was about to fall any second, only being kept up momentarily by the few remaining humans coupled with what had accumulated over the centuries it had existed. Their theory would prove to be quite right, as they all became exponentially stronger as soon as the barrier disappeared completely. But that didn't mean everything was good. Things were going to start happening. Humanity now found itself to be much stronger. But the threats they faced were much, much stronger. The barrier fell completely just a day before the underground tunnels were finished off. The people were also all learning about Nen and how to utilize it. It was astonishing for the earlier Nen users to see how fast some of the civilians managed to progress. After a bit of thinking, Cheetil concluded that the barrier had kept humanity safe at the cost of their power and longevity. After all, the more Nen one had, the more vitality they had. Currently, even after that spike in power, the three most powerful beings didn't change at all. At the very top stood Maha, with the dagger Ashton had given him, coupled with the boost in power from the barrier falling. He was already strong enough to threaten some of the more powerful beasts in the Dark Continent. In second place stood Kite. He was still young for a human, but he was already looking like a teenage girl with red hair. Chimera ants simply were built differently. In third place was none other than Cheeto. She was more of the mind behind the plans, but she was also stronger than Isaac Netero now. Well, at least in terms of raw strength. Netero, as long as he had his relic, could easily ruin all of the Zodiac members at once, even after that boost they received. Another situation that happened was something that Ashton had somewhat forgotten about on his deathbed. Kite finally got to learn what had happened to his killer. So did Killua and Gon. Let's just say things would have ended much worse for Pito was it not for Maha and Zeno's interference. Mama's also used her authority to shelter Pito afterwards. Kite wasn't pleased, but Cheeto did manage to calm him down in the end, and things proceeded as normal. So, things were looking up. At least that's what most of the commoners thought. They were all warned of what was to come, given ample training and prepared extensively for the few months that passed. But they were still treating things nonchalantly, at least most of them were. They were about to receive a little reminder from the rest of the world. After all, a civilization much greater and better prepared was ruined by the swarm of endless ravenous beasts. Now, with the barrier down, many beings started exploring the lands they couldn't reach before. Dragons roused from their slumbers, giant birds of prey looking into a new hunting ground. They were about to teach humanity how to spell extinct all over again. At least, that was what the abyssal beings had planned. They were especially happy to hear that the greatest thorn in their side managed to get himself killed so early. They didn't have any way of confirming his death, but some of them said they could feel it when he was in his last moments. So, one can imagine that they were in a celebratory mood for a very long time, in part for his death and for the imminent demise of the rest of mankind. But, maybe they started the festivities a bit too early. In a dust-caked laboratory, a large container started releasing a lot of steam, as the glass cracked and the tubes connected to it were all blown off. The glass then exploded outward, shooting everywhere inside that small and dusty room. Out of the smoke walked out a strange figure. It was human, yet not so much. A strange tail came out of his back end, it was black in color, at the very tip there was a strangely shaped stinger. At first sight, one would think of it as a scorpion tail, but it was in fact something else entirely. The tail opened itself up at the tip, revealing a set of gnarly and razor-sharp teeth. A bit under the mouth stood a strange black blob of flesh, glowing a deep purple. The being looked at its own body for a while. It outwardly looked human, but he also had doll-like joints. He could bring out and retract his claws with a simple thought. The being then looked at the ground, into a piece of the glass that it had shattered. It looked at the reflection into it, revealing a familiar, yet unfamiliar face. Two beauty marks, one near the corner of the mouth, the other underneath one of his eyes. His face was very much the same. But his eyes, they had a black sclera, yellow beastly pupils. Ashton looked at himself a bit more, studying the intricacies of his own body for a few minutes. Then he smiled with satisfaction. I'm back. It actually worked? I mean, of course, it did. I was the one to create it after all. Ashton mused as he looked at his hands with a smile. Then he finally decided to put some clothes on, a bit dusty, but they were going to work well enough. He didn't have much time to waste. Chapter 204, Ancient Dragons. _POV narration _ Something large was coming, that much was obvious to Maha. The old assassin looked at the sky in wonder as he saw the flocks of birds fleeing from one direction. He was quick in sounding the alarm. He immediately contacted and informed the others by radio. The Zoldyck family all got ready to defend the city that was assigned to them. Cheeto was also quick to start sending reinforcements to their city. The first thing that happened was that the civilians were all made to flee into the underground bunkers. Many thought this was merely a simulation of sorts, but this was serious. There was no time for fooling around. The only people that remained in the city were those that had received extensive training in Nen and what was essentially the militia. They were all Nen users, as the civilians were also somewhat powerful at this point in time. This doesn't look too good. Silva was the one to speak up. There wasn't any fear in his voice, Yet the other members of the family could still feel that he was somewhat perturbed. All of the family members were lined up. They were all prepared to fight. Even Gon was present, as he and Killua were inseparable. Even though Gon had barely just regained his ability to use Nen, he needed to keep up with the others as to not drag Killua down with him. We've yet to even see what is coming towards us. It's debatable whether or not we can deal with it. Zeno spoke while staring at the sky. We've all gotten much stronger than we were before. But we shouldn't let that get to our heads. Remember what we are, first and foremost. Maha ended up being the one to calm down everyone. Although no one was truly panicked among the Zoldyks, they were all somewhat expecting such an event to occur. The fourth city, the one they were leading and guarding, was the closest geographically to the Dark Continent. It was near the shore that was pointed towards the Dark Continent. It was by far the most likely to be first attacked. Now, they just needed to see if humanity could truly survive through it all. They were going to be the first to test their mettle against the attacking beings of the Dark Continent. Their battle would spell the fate of the rest of humanity as well. "I think I see something," said Zeno as he looked into the distance. All of the Zoldyks, including Gon, could see a shadow in the distance, then two more right behind it. They were large beings, leathery and scaly wings that spanned over a few dozen meters each. Their bodies were covered in scales and their features all resembled lizards. They were large, but their size wasn't intimidating at all to the family of assassins. "Dragons. Different from our own, but still similar to some legends," said Silva while watching them. His voice was just as calm as before. But everyone could feel just how powerful the things approaching were. Ashton's book warned us of these things. Ancient dragons, masters of fire. A single one of them should be able to burn down an entire country, Mahu said while squinting his eyes in annoyance. "And we have to face 3 of them," said Illumi while shaking his head slightly. "Well, it would have been good if it was only that," said Zeno as he pointed to the sky once more. Behind the dragons, a horde of flying beasts of all varieties could be clearly seen. They were all a few dozen kilometers behind the dragons, but they were also coming. Maybe at a difference of 2 or 3 minutes. "Well, let's just hope that our reinforcements come faster than the rest of the horde. For now, the dragons take top priority," said Silva, as he took charge of the family and started mobilizing the soldiers. They all manned the defensive armaments that they had. Anti-air turrets and mounted guns were all the city walls were outfitted with. The city, ever since the Zoldyks arrived there, was prepared for such an aerial assault. Most of them were manned by emitters, to make full use of their Nen capabilities. The defense strategy was well and truly planned. "We should take care of the dragons ourselves first. At least lead them away, we'd just be wasting ammunition by shooting at them," Silva said while looking at Zeno and Maha. "I think the 3 of us can lure the lizards away temporarily. The rest of the family will be needed to take care of the horde," Mahu said while stepping forwards. "I am confident in killing at least one of them quickly. The rest we'll have to contend with in other methods." The ancient assassin spoke as he slowly stepped on the edge of the wall. The dragons advanced far too quickly. It increased the distance between them and the horde even more. "Grandson, if you'd be so kind." Mahu spoke with an aged smile. Zeno just sighed and walked forwards as well. A powerful aura enveloped the both of them. Purple Nen formed a dragon shape around them. Zeno then flew both him and Maha towards the sky. Silva was going to make a speech to the rest of the people first. The Zoldyks were assassins, after all. They weren't going to stay and wait for the dragons to attack them. Zeno threw his grandfather towards one of the dragons that were closest to the city. They were still a few kilometers off, but they were going to start luring them away already. They didn't want the fight to happen over the city, as that would only further damage the rest of the soldiers. The dragon roared in rage as it saw the insignificant being in front of it rush in like that. Pride coursed through its veins. It was about to open its mouth and spread hellfire upon the fool that dared to cross its path. But it stopped in its tracks as soon as the ancient assassin spread his N. All of the dragons could feel it. An aged murderous intent. It was extremely refined and extremely barbaric at the same time. The dragons were in a frenzied state. Such a feeling wouldn't usually stop them all in their tracks. But there was something else that unnerved them, to the point where they managed to regain some intelligence momentarily. Just enough for all of their instincts to cry out to them, to run away as quickly as possible. The small old man was holding an even smaller green knife in his hand. It gave off a blood-freezing feeling to the fire-breathing lizards. But it was already too late. The dragon's advance coupled with Maha's momentum meant that they were bound to clash. The dragon in question finally managed to open its mouth momentarily, but before even a spark appeared in its maw, the small figure whizzed past it. The dragon looked around confused, then it noticed it. A small cut, barely passing past its scaly skin. Zeno also rushed in. Around him he formed a dragon large enough to swallow an entire cruise ship. He swooped in at a blinding speed, using the confusion that Maha had created to swallow both of the other dragons and smash them into the ground. He separated from his Ora dragon and grabbed a hold of Maha. Zeno then used another smaller dragon to land properly. Everything happened quickly, so quickly in fact that the first dragon had barely even gotten to react properly. It was about to turn around and roast the two humans alive. But then Yama's dagger acted up. A cut, even as small as a scratch, was more than enough. The dragon could feel a fiendish green aura enter its body from that small cut. It spread around the body almost instantly. It formed two hands around each of its many hearts. The dragon, the ancient being that once represented wisdom and knowledge, regained its mind for that split second. Magnificent, thank you, human warriors. The cold raspy voice it released gave the Zoldyx a chilling feeling. But the very next instant, all of its hearts were crushed. Its brain was also completely corrupted by that same green aura, instantly turning it into mush. In reality, there was no way the two would have been able to defeat even a single dragon were they still intelligent. Their strength stood in their absolute control over their own life force, much like all of the other legendary beings of the world. But, they were now cursed, controlled by the cruel beings of the abyss that called themselves gods. Not even controlled, simply turned mad by them. The existence of the dragons was, much like all of the other intelligent species that got turned into ravenous beasts, tragic. They were forced to watch themselves, trapped inside their own minds, with no actual control over their bodies. Said bodies went on to act out and ruin all of the beauty around them. The fire that they once used to light the path for many travelers was now being used to turn the forests to ash. The claws they used to cultivate the earth to feed the lesser species are now stained with the blood of those very same species. Their teeth once used to intimidate the ne'er-do-wells were now used to chow down on innocent blood. Dragons were an extremely peaceful and well-intentioned race. Now rendered to that state, it was no wonder that they saw their deaths as a blessing. But, the fight wasn't done. Maha and Zeno, although unnerved by the last words of that supposedly unintelligent beast, still had two more dragons to fight. Chapter 205, Preparations and Fight. _POV narration _ The other two dragons immediately blew away the dust that surrounded them after they had been smashed into the ground. One of them flapped its wings and created a wind strong enough to make Maha and Zeno stagger a bit. Then it happened. The dragon opened its mouth and shot a concentrated stream of flames towards the grandfather and grandson pair. Maha reacted quickly. He ran to the side, completely avoiding the stream of flames and looking for a way to separate the two dragons. But Zeno had a completely different idea. He had gotten marginally stronger since the barrier was lifted. He had no fear towards the dragons in front of him. So, he formed yet another purple aura dragon and proceeded to ride it towards the flame spitter. Zeno allowed himself to enter the aura dragon as it coiled around the fire and approached the ancient dragon at a blinding speed. The second Zeno reached the beast, he enlarged his aura dragon once more. He rushed into the beast and managed to carry it away for a few hundred meters, separating it from the other one that was still getting up. Maha didn't waste a second as he started attacking the second dragon. But there was a small problem that presented itself now. Mahou had wasted 3/4 of his nen just killing the first one. He therefore couldn't afford to use Yama's nail anymore. He needed to take care of the dragon with his own hands. But not even Zeno's full-powered attack could put a scratch on the flying lizards. So, Mahou needed to get creative. Using his one hand, he placed his dagger back into its sheath. Then, he formed a claw out of his hand and tried to see how much damage he could deal to the beast's skin. As his sharp nails dragged across the scales of the dragon, one could hear the distinct sound of metal clashing, sparks came out, then some blood also appeared. But not from the dragon. Mahou jumped backwards and looked at his hand with a bit of an irritated gaze. He could see that most of his nails were displaced and broken. He needed to look for something sharp and powerful enough to actually deal damage to the dragon, otherwise, he'd just be fighting a losing battle. In truth, although the plan was to stall these two dragons while the horde was taken care of, Mahou and Zeno were both hoping to be able to finish them quickly. Zeno was currently going all out against his opponent. He once again drove the dragon into the ground forcefully. Then, after flying above it for a second, he released a fully powered and concentrated dragon dive. Countless small eastern dragons descended and started overwhelming the Western-style dragon. Slowly but surely, after hundreds of attacks in the same spots, the scales of the dragon started showing marks. Scratches. They were a lot more than many could claim to have dealt onto a fully fledged adult ancient dragon. Zeno however wasn't pleased by that. He needed to find a way to finish the beast off swiftly. The dragon fighting Mahou had also finally regained its bearings. It stood up and started swinging its limbs around, cracking the ground and sending air blades in all directions. Mahou and Zeno both swiftly dodged the outburst of that dragon. It had only managed to damage the other dragon that was fighting Zeno. "This is rather frustrating," said Mahou as he stared at his target. He was trying to contemplate on how to approach the thing now that it was fully expecting him. He wasn't faster than it by any means. He was only slightly faster on the ground, but the second it took off in the air, he'd lose the fight almost entirely. But the dragon was far too enraged to think clearly. It opened its mouth and started breathing out a torrent of flames. It covered the span of at least a kilometer in front of it. Mahou thankfully managed to jump into the air in time, but that didn't mean he was safe. The extreme heat of that fire was a lot worse than the one of the previous dragon. He could feel the burns forming on his skin just by being relatively close to that hellfire. And, the flames didn't stop, so Mahou was doomed to fall into them eventually. At least he would have been if he was fighting alone. But a white eastern dragon swooped in and scooped him up before he started falling towards the flames. It was one of the pets that the Zoldyck family raised diligently. And riding it was none other than the current head of the family, Silver Zoldyck. The white-haired man looked at the fire-spitting beast with annoyance. He raised both of his arms to his sides and started charging two explosive balls of aura. They kept revolving around and expanding violently. Eventually, they became large enough to cover the ancient dragon fully. Silver then jumped into the air and threw the explosive orbs on top of the fire breather. The ancient dragon had yet to even realize that Mahou had moved out of the way of its attack. So it was completely taken by surprise when it was attacked from above. Honestly, the Zoldicks were quite the bad pick of opponents for these ancient dragons. They were currently far too mad to use Nen, and the assassins could otherwise perfectly hide their presences. So, the dragon had no way of knowing that Mahou had even dodged its attack, as it had even blinded itself with it. But it definitely felt the two explosive orbs that Silver released. A bit too late to do anything about them though. The two orbs greatly expanded on contact with the back of the ancient dragon. They seemed to swallow him whole as they expanded into a purplish explosion that seemed to swallow up everything within a range of at least 600 meters. The people on the walls all cheered when seeing the way that their leaders were fighting, but the rest of the Zoldyck family wasn't quite as optimistic. If great-grandfather couldn't damage it, would this really be enough? That was Kikyo's train of thought as she watched the scene unfold. But they didn't have much time to ponder on those things. The horde was already a minute away from the city walls. "Everyone, to your posts," Kikyo shouted, taking full command of the defensive forces while Silva was away. Illumi, Killua and Kalito were all prepared to fight as well. It didn't matter that they were young, or that they didn't get all that well along as a family sometimes. This was a fight for survival. No one had the time to cry about anything right now. Gon watched the approaching beasts with steel in his young eyes. He stood by Killua as the young white-haired assassin charged himself up for the fight. "Do you think we'll win?" asked the young and hopeful Gon. "We don't have a choice. I'm sure it'll be fine though," said Killua while electrocuting himself for one last time before the battle began. "I hope Gramps and the others are going to be fine," Gon said while staring in the direction of Mahua and the rest. Killua just smiled at his friend's concern. "Don't worry about it, the three of them will be fine." Illumi approached the two of them and also spoke up. He momentarily startled the two of them. They weren't on such good terms with Illumi, but they knew that they were allies right now. So they calmed down rather quickly. But they still didn't respond to Illumi, somewhat refusing to acknowledge his presence. Illumi just closed his large eyes and sighed. "Be careful, little brother." He walked away after saying that last line. Now, back to the dragons and the elders of the Zoldyck family. The explosive orbs disappeared after having raised the entire area they had covered. The dust raised covered the view of Mahua and Silva. But the two of them could still feel the aura of the beast. So they weren't even close to actually dropping their guards. The dust cleared after the beast waved its limbs a bit more. It revealed the injured body of the ancient dragon. It seemed to have quite a few burns adorning its body, coupled with scratches and other marks. But, overall, it didn't seem to be badly injured in any way. They were all merely surface injuries, nothing that would truly change the course of a fight. Silva sighed when seeing how little effectiveness his explosive attack had had. "I guess it's never this simple, huh?" said Mahua while staring down at the dragon. To the side, Zeno was still bombarding his opponent. He kept staggering it into submission, not letting it get even a breath of fresh air and not letting it counterattack at all. Comment. His strategy was to hold it there until Mahua and Silva managed to finish their opponent. His Hatsu was the best fit for the job. Even though he was technically weaker than Mahua, he was still a worse opponent for these ancient dragons to face. So, the clashes continued as the horde was close to approaching the walls. Would their defenses hold? Or would they crumble under the pressure of the horde, just as their ancestors did? Chapter 206, Siege. _POV narration _ Mahua and Silva looked down at the ancient dragon. Both of them were thinking of ways to get rid of it. But the beast acted faster. It spread its wings, blowing all of the dust away from it, then it breathed fire into the sky, aiming straight for the eastern dragon that the Zoldks were riding on. The worm quickly squirmed out of the way, managing to dodge the attack with half of its body. The other half was engulfed in flames and badly burned. Mahua and Silva didn't let that opportunity go to waste. Both of the assassins decided to jump towards the fire breather. Silva immediately started charging 2 more explosive orbs. Mahua, however, had another plan. He enhanced his arm with most of the Nen in his body. Silva saw that and quickly let go of his plan. He rushed for Mahua and threw him towards the beast using all of his strength. Mahua was like a spear, pointing his claws downward into the only spot he had any confidence in piercing, the eye. The ancient dragon was once again taken by surprise. Mahua managed to pierce his way into the dragon's eye. The force of his fall managed to smash the head of the beast into the ground, stopping its fiery breath in the process. Mahua managed to pierce through, but he wasn't about to stop there. He had managed to enter the dragon's head through that soft spot. He proceeded to shred its brain apart. The intense heat inside the dragon's head made even Mahua tremble. It was worse than being in an active volcano. It was almost unbearable. Silva watched with interest as the beast didn't get up from the ground. He watched as the light in its eyes disappeared and blood came out of its mouth, nose and remaining eye. Then, after a few seconds, the bloody figure of Mahua rushed out through the hole he had created in the eye. Silva landed on the ground and looked at his grandfather with concern. Maha's body was filled with burns from top to bottom. The temperature inside the dragon's body would have been enough to kill him if he wasn't an enhancer. Maha didn't seem to be bothered by the burns covering his skin. Only traces of his clothes were left covering his body, barely enough to retain his decency. On to the next one, the old man shouted as both he and Silva rushed the last ancient dragon that Zeno was still beating into the ground. The two of them jumped onto the flying ore dragon that Zeno was using as a platform. "How are we going to take this one out?" asked Silva while staring at the barely injured form of the ancient dragon. "We could bombard it from this spot. Not give it any chance to do anything," Silva said as he looked at his elders. "I can't repeat the last attack. I wouldn't be able to survive for a second time inside the body of that beast," Mahu said as he looked down at the suppressed beast. There was a worry in his mind that he wouldn't be able to help much against the remaining foe. "You should go and help against the bigger horde. The two of us will take care of this one," Silva said while Zeno just nodded. Maha didn't remain to mince any words. He simply jumped back towards the walls. He was going to make it just in time for the horde to reach the walls. But he was not in any state to protect the wall by himself. He would only serve as peace of mind for the rest of the family and the soldiers present. The horde coming in seemed to swallow the sky in its wake. The sun was completely covered and the soldiers were immediately demoralized by the dark sky above them. "Don't cower in fear of them. The only thing they can use against us is fear. Show them the courage that has brought the human race to this stage. Show them just why humans ruled over Lake Mobius for such a long time." Such a speech would usually be delivered by none other than the leader of the army. But Silva was currently preoccupied with other issues, so this heartwarming speech was delivered by none other than the cold and demented Kikyo. The soldiers couldn't care less that the one leading them was a woman. She was one of the strongest Nen users that humanity had. The same could be said for all of the Zoldyck family. Unfortunately, nothing in Lake Mobius could have prepared the Nen users for what was to come. The second Maha arrived on the wall, the beasts also arrived in range for their guns. Shots were fired, countless explosions filled the sky as the artillery shells bounced off the skin of most of the beasts. But they weren't unscathed. Each shot made a small dent. In the end, the beasts started falling into the ocean. One by one, dozens of beasts were taken down with concentrated fire. But that wasn't anywhere near enough. That was when they finally got in range of the emission Nen users. Blood filled the sky as Nen-powered ammunition riddled the bodies of the beast with holes. It was a scene of carnage that would have made the horde retreat if they weren't completely brain-dead. Hundreds of beasts were falling by the second. But that was scarcely enough to put a dent into the great numbers that formed the horde. There were still many more rushing towards the city at great speeds. The sharpshooters all sprayed the horde with as much ammunition that they could. Right near them was another person that was tasked with reloading their artillery weapon as soon as it ran out of bullets. The bombardment kept up for a long time, shredding apart many of the beasts. But there were still many that got through the bullet storm. There were many that were approaching the walls of the city. Therefore, the close-ranged fighters also started getting into their assigned positions. The regular gunners were also getting in range, and they started shooting as well. But their bullets dealt a lot less damage than the artillery ones. Eventually, a beast was about to grab one of the men off the wall. It extended its claws and was about to rip the man to shreds. But then a loud clap was heard. It was as if thousands of birds were chirping all at once. A lightning-clad figure beheaded the flying beasts at speeds that even Maho found impressive. It was none other than Killua. The young assassin was known as the most talented Zoldyck since Zig, and he was also one of the fastest Nen users alive. The soldier that had just been saved was scared, but he still stood uninjured after the body of the bat-like beast was hitting the ground. Killua appeared in front of the man. He faced the horde with a serious look on his face. Two of the dragons were taken down already, and now Zeno and Silva were taking care of the only one left. The only thing they needed to worry about right now was the massive horde still beating on their gates. The fight was looking quite well in Killua's opinion. Chapter 207, Dire Straits. _POV narration _ The fight started on a high note for the humans. It was calming and encouraging for the soldiers to see their leaders swiftly kill two of the scariest beings in the horde. But, if Ashton was there, he'd probably be the one to remind them of a small fact. Quantity could beat quality, especially in the Dark Continent, where nothing was truly weak. Them getting rid of the dragons wasn't the wrong move, but it wasn't going to make things much easier for their defense. But dragons were an extremely powerful species. Silva and Zeno, as well as everyone watching them, were about to find out exactly why they were called the Masters of Flames. The dragon that was still being suppressed by Zeno suddenly decided to go all out. It released a frightening roar. Primal rage took over its body as blood-red flames spread out all around it. The flames burned brighter and hotter than the ones before. They swallowed Zeno's men and evaporated it with ease. Even the people on the walls in the distance could feel the heat of that flame. They looked at the scene with a rising sense of discomfort as the temperature rose exponentially in the city. What? One of the soldiers was momentarily distracted. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to be distracted. A strange winged lion grasped him and tore off one of his arms with its sharp teeth. The beast was quickly driven off by two spearmen. But the pain screams of the man weren't exactly doing wonders for the morale of the defending army. It was even worse than the soldier that lost his arm was one of the stronger Nen users within their ranks. The screams of that man woke everyone up to a realization. It didn't matter how strong they were. All it took was a small lapse in concentration, just a split second, for a man to lose his life or limbs. The realization ate away at their psyche as the horde was already upon their walls. Zeno and Silva were also not having the greatest of time. Now that the ancient dragon was going wild, there was simply not any way to get close to the dragon either. Silva, however, wasn't about to let that stop him. He had been charging 2 explosive orbs for quite a while now, and he prepared to release them onto the flaming beast. The two knew that they needed to hurry, as the wall would fall without their assistance. Maho had already done his job and took down 2 of the ancient dragons almost by himself. The old assassin was already far too injured to help all that much on the walls. Silva released the gigantic explosive orbs from above the clouds. The dragon looked up at the large spheres. It angrily opened its maw and released a stream of blood-red flames towards the spheres. The flames seemed to overwhelm the explosive orbs, completely swallowing them and giving the sky a somewhat grim crimson coat. Silva and Zeno managed to get out of the way just in time thanks to Zeno's quick reactions. The explosive orbs detonated into the sky. The explosion, however, was quickly muffled by the flames around it, only showing up in the form of a great expanse in the stream of crimson flames that the dragon breathed out. Shit. Silva managed to lose his cool after seeing the ineffectiveness of his strongest attack. Zeno, however, didn't panic too much. Silva also managed to regain his calm after receiving a slap from his Zeno. Calm down already, this much was to be expected. Silva felt ashamed by his outburst. He ended up coughing a few times in embarrassment. "What's the strategy in fighting this then?" he asked while looking at the beast that was still breathing flames into the sky. "I can think of a few things." Zeno then flew off towards the walls. Silva took the message and started distracting the beast. Well, it was quite difficult to even touch it, so he was forced to keep throwing smaller explosive orbs towards the beast to keep its eyes away from Zeno. Maho also saw the situation. He instantly guessed what his grandson was trying to do, so he took out Yama's dagger and threw it towards Zeno, hoping to meet him midway. Zeno managed to catch said dagger with ease. He then turned around mid-flight and headed straight for the dragon. He encased himself in the thickest ore he could, but he could still feel the heat to his bones when he got too close to the beast. He gritted his teeth and ignored the pain like the trained assassin he was. Then, he finally managed to get close to its skin. All it took was a small swing of the arm. A small scratch was all that the dagger needed. Then the beast's flame seemed to die out almost instantly, as Zeno quickly retreated. His body was filled with third-degree burns. He was in a much worse condition than Maha. That takes care of it. He spoke out to Silva. He was currently quite weak, both due to injuries, and because he wasn't quite used to using Yama's nail. One needed to get used to the massive drain it had on Nen. Zeno didn't want to use it from the start with the hopes of being able to take down the dragon and return to the walls and fight. But they couldn't afford to allow the dragon to run wild any longer. The heat was distracting, and if one attack was directed at the walls, then everyone would be in danger. The boost in power that the ancient dragon received took everyone by surprise. It was all due to their lack of knowledge on the ancient dragons. Now they at least knew about the rage phase that it had. The dragons were a peaceful species, but they still had to defend themselves at times. The rage phase was what got them named Masters of Flames. By choosing to burn through their boundless vitality, they would be able to release a flame powerful enough to rule the lands around them. The first two were dispatched before they had a chance to make such a drastic move. That was the fortune of the Zoldyks, or rather, the results of their decisive and precise techniques. Now, with the larger threat taken care of, Silva jumped off to deal with the wall. He also grabbed Zeno, who was far too injured to fly himself there. Upon reaching the wall, he saw just how bad the situation had gotten. The humans were simply getting overwhelmed by the powerful beasts. Even worse, the emission users were slowly going to run out of ammunition. There were barely any artillery shells left, and the horde had only been slightly thinned. It was barely noticeable, as many were still coming towards the shores of the new human continent. Silva immediately regrouped with his family and started helping them fend off the beasts. He ended up releasing one explosive orb after another. Killua danced around the beasts at blinding speed. Illumi used his nails to gain control of dozens of beasts. He kept expanding the number he controlled by the minute. Calido filled the surroundings with small papers. He defended his side by constantly blinding beasts and aiming for any blind spots he could find. The rest of the soldiers on his side usually dealt the finishing blow. And so, the situation somewhat stabilized. The defenses looked like they would hold for a while. Well, that was until one of the more attentive snipers noticed something strange. Within the waters of the sea, he could spot countless silhouettes. He then noticed a few heads pop up. He gulped and shouted. "They're coming from the waters. Swimmers, we've got swimmers." Things were bound to go downhill from there. Chapter 208, Reinforcements. _POV narration _ It wasn't that the Zoldyks didn't think about the possibility of a land/water invasion. They had some protocols in place, but they simply thought that both types of invasions wouldn't happen at the same time. They had prepared trenches and mounted guns to take care of land invasions, but they weren't expecting to see it happen now. After all, flying beasts should have theoretically arrived faster, so they were expecting an aerial assault, then a small window of rest, then a land assault. They were betting on the fact that the beasts weren't going to wait for each other. They were supposed to be mindless after all. Now, the second Silva heard about the land invasion, he knew that the situation turned hopeless. Even with their protocols and readiness, they simply didn't have enough manpower available to fend off both hordes. Still, giving up was simply not an option. Maybe they had a chance if they could get reinforcements in time. Silva gritted his teeth and shouted, "Close-ranged fighters! Man the guns in the trenches!" Silva made the executive decision to split their forces. The wall would remain guarded by only the Zoldyk family members, while a great number of their forces were running for the trenches near the city walls. "We need to hold until reinforcements come," Silva shouted as the soldiers began to move to their new assigned positions. Morale was quickly falling. The soldiers were starting to understand just how bleak things were for humanity and their war. The fighting in the air continued as the monster slowly crawled out of the sea. The soldiers that had just arrived at the trenches couldn't help but start holding their breaths. Beasts stretched out as long as the eyes could see. Beams that could cause the downfall of the old Lake Mobius were scattered in that horde. Even the weakest beast could easily rip apart the stronger Nen users of the old world. But humanity had also become stronger. They stood a chance now. at least on paper. They didn't have the time to consolidate their strength. Many of them could hardly control their nen, just barely enough to be conscripted into the militia that was hastily formed to defend the city wall. Now that they had fewer soldiers on the walls, the aerial defense was also a lot more difficult. The artillery was still shredding apart the beasts in the distance, but the ones closer actually started attacking them and guns. There were no other soldiers left to defend them, and the Zoldyck family was stretched out thin. Slowly, the army started losing more and more soldiers. The ones in the trenches were slowly getting pushed back, the ones on the walls were slowly getting picked off. The only thing keeping up the defense was the Zoldyck family's relentless attacks. Even the injured Maha and Zeno started helping fend off some of the beasts. But it simply wasn't enough. More and more beasts were appearing on the horizon. Maha just looked at the situation with his aged eyes. Is this where the Zoldyck family ends? Gon and Killua were working together, hand in hand. Gon was more of a grounded fighter, he relied more on his strength. Killua used his speed mostly, but he didn't lose out to Gon in strength. The two of them somewhat protected each other. The two of them were slowly getting overwhelmed as their part of the wall was starting to lose more and more men. Killua, Maha shouted as he made his way towards that part of the wall. The young assassin looked at Maha in confusion. Can I trust you to grab Kalito and Aluka and flee with them? The old man asked as he slowly started killing the beasts around them. He was pushing his old and injured body through the pain of his injuries. I'm not running away, old man, shouted Killua while decapitating two beasts with his sharp nails. Maha just sighed at the answer he received. He knew that a true Zoldyck was always hot-headed, especially in their youth. He knew that he had no chance of convincing Killua to leave and save himself. I guess this is it then. Escaping wouldn't have been that easy anyway. Maha thought as he looked at the rest of his family. Many were injured, especially Kalito and Maluki, who were being aided by Kikyo and Illumi respectively. A sad sigh escaped his mouth as he waved his hand and decapitated 3 beasts. But something unexpected happened. The beasts, blood red, reformed themselves almost instantly and rushed the old man. Immune, huh? That was the thought going through his head as he dodged the 3 flying beasts. He didn't get to study them for long though. Killua swooped in and burned the 3 of them in an instant. Lightning isn't exactly cold after all. Killua was able to burn them off before they could get any chance to regenerate. While all of that was happening, reinforcements were still quite far away. They couldn't leave the rest of the cities undefended either, so they could only send so many people. Fortunately for the Zoldks, their reinforcements were about to come in another form. We can't hold on much longer, said Illumi while starting at the persistent beasts. Kalito, who was currently clutching his broken arm and still trying to wave his hand fan around, responded. This was always a possibility. The 2 brothers fought back to back, and they were going to keep fighting till the end. And, just as the trenches were about to be overrun, something strange happened. Countless trees seemed to grow among the trenches and all the way to the shore. The trees appeared almost instantly. The soldiers on the ground didn't even have any time to react. Only Maha and a few others on the walls watched them grow from the ground. Maha only had concern on his mind when seeing the suddenly formed fauna. What's happening now? Then, the trees started moving, as if on their own. Their branches started dragging beasts and digging into their flesh. Maha watched with interest as the trees devoured all of the beasts that dared to step out of the water. Wow, things went bad while I was away. Maha was startled to hear a voice from his side. He whipped his head around and jumped back with great speed. He was stunned by what he saw. A very familiar face, dressed familiarly. He sounded the same in voice too. It was Ashton, back to his younger days once more. There were only a few slight differences, like the monstrous size and the large tail coming out of his lower back. Maha didn't know what had happened to Ashton, but 2 things were quite clear. 1. Ashton was no longer human. 2. He was exponentially stronger now. And a lot more stealthy. Maha, the world's most experienced and powerful assassin, could barely feel his presence. Ashton. I guess you're the one responsible for the monster-eating forest. Maho wasn't shocked to see the old hunter still alive. His new appearance raised some questions, but there was time and place for such things. Indeed. I'm still getting used to this new body, that's one of its inherent abilities. Maho just smiled dryly when he heard Ashton's calm voice. Well, glad to see you here. What are our chances? Do you reckon you can hold on until the rest of the reinforcements arrive? Maho said while looking at Ashton, and then back at the seemingly endless horde. I don't know. I'm a bit worried. There might not be anything left by the time they arrive. Ashton shook his head with a smile. Maho also looked a bit sad. It made Ashton raise an eyebrow. Of the horde I mean. I have quite a lot of abilities to test on them. I really don't think there will be much of them left after the next few minutes. That clarification was enough to make Maho sigh in relief. He didn't take Ashton for a liar, although he could have done without the heart attacks and extra worry. You can tell your men to retreat. I'll take things from here, Ashton said while he walked up to the wall. He looked at the sky with a smile. So many things to try out. I wonder if teacher will also make an appearance here. Chapter 209, Power. _POV Ashton_. This is quite fortunate. I only decided to visit this city since it's the closest to my laboratory. Well, it wasn't a fully developed city when I went to sleep, so I'm guessing a few months have passed. I guessed the Zoldyks would be here, didn't think I'd find them in this state. And since this horde is here, one can also guess that the barrier has already fallen. Now that I think about it, the barrier might have been the ultimate goal of these gods. Not much to do about it now. I guess we don't even need it anymore. I can now take care of things mostly by myself. And it also seems that the Zoldyks got much stronger than before. I guess humanity isn't that defenseless. We're also lucky to not be inside the Dark Continent. I don't know if I can survive an endless swarm. As I am now, my Nen is abundant, but it's nowhere near what it was before I transferred bodies. I guess I am still a newborn. Currently, I am somewhere around the same level as Maho in Nen. But my body has the abilities and strengths of all of the beasts that I created it out of. Like Brian's control over nature, the perfect stealth of Pap, the hypnotic bell of the Hell Bell. I am much stronger as I am now, despite my lesser Nen capabilities. The best thing about these abilities is that they have little to do with Nen. I can use them as I please, they only drain my stamina, but my stamina is almost endless at this point. I should be able to create quite a few interesting moves just with Brian's ability. I've yet to try and combine it with Nen either, so this fight will be more of a test run. Ashton. What happened to you? Zeno also came by and spoke to me. He's in a much worse state than Maha. Well, my body was irreparable, so I made a new one. More details some other time. Zeno just nodded and looked at the forest that I raised. I guess it's time I start taking the beasts out. No reason to postpone the inevitable. _POV narration_. Ashton observed the flying beasts with a glint in his black eyes. The horde near the trenches was already mostly taken care of. Suddenly, the trees on the ground started growing more and more. Eventually, their branches extended far enough to grasp some of the beasts that formed the horde. Ashton smiled as he started dragging the beasts down with the branches. Slowly, the flying beasts were all grounded. Countless trees and countless branches pulled down the thousands of beasts. The Zoldyks watched as some of the trees seemed to grow flowers and release strange spores. One could see them when using Gil, but it was a rather strange sight. At least until they finally realized what their purpose was. Maha could see as the beasts seemed to start growing branches and roots out of their bodies. It was a gruesome scene, it almost made the old assassin tremble. But it wasn't out of fear, it was out of excitement. The numerous beasts that drove him and his family into a corner were currently being systematically slaughtered right in front of him. They were being ripped apart by the trees and being turned into fertilizer for the soil. Ashton observed his new powers with a satisfied smile. He wasn't even tired when doing any of that, It took the same amount of energy to move his hand around, simply negligible. The spores he released from the flowers were something that Brian used as a defense mechanism. Ashton could now do it too, but he could also release it by blooming flowers using his ability. Brian was also likely able to do such a thing, but Ashton hadn't inhaled any of the gases released by the flowers in the fight to see if there were also any spores in there. Ashton continued to test various combinations and moves against the flying beasts. The ones at the ground were also all killed. Ashton even allowed one of the flying beasts to get a hod closer to the walls. Mahu saw that and prepared to slash it down from the sky, but he didn't get the chance. Ashton's tail moved at unbelievable speeds. Mahu could hardly follow them with his eyes. The tail snapped and the tip of it opened up to reveal a row of sharp and jagged teeth. The beast's head was swallowed up in one split second and Ashton's smiling expression didn't change one bit. This body will take some getting used to. He looked at the headless body of the beast that just fell to the side and hit the wall with little force. Mahu looked at Ashton with a few thoughts in his mind. Well, you were already monstrous in strength before, but you were still reachable, still not invulnerable. But now you're in a league of your own. Mahu just shook his head while putting his thoughts away. In truth, Ashton was always the strongest human, but Mahu still had some confidence in at least injuring him. Now, there was simply none of that. But they were fighting towards the same goal now. Protecting humanity. Seems like the attack is over, Zeno said while trying to look for any still living monsters. The fight had only taken around 3 minutes after Ashton arrived. It wasn't even a fair confrontation, it was just slaughter. Pretty much. There will be more though, we need to prepare for that, Ashton said while the trees started retracting into the ground, revealing the hills of corpses that had formed. Beasts were piled on top of each other, there was simply no way to see the actual dirt underneath them. Ashton looked at his body with a smile. Not only was he this powerful, but he could also feel it. The possibility to grow even further. Something that he had missed in the last years of his old body. He wasn't a man obsessed with strength, but he damn well knew how necessary it was to survive in the world. He hated the idea of others being over him, so, he needed absolute strength. Now he was closer to that than ever before. He didn't even need relics anymore. With minimal training, he would be able to match up to his teacher as well. After a few more minutes of conversation, the rest of the Zoldyks also reached that side of the wall. Ashton, Killua said while looking at the man in front of him. He seemed so familiar, yet so different at the same time. The young assassin looked at his deep black eyes and gulped. I guess we're going to have to keep our grievances about pedo to ourselves. It would have been a stupid move to even talk to Ashton about that. But, unfortunately for Killua, Gon wasn't exactly a subtle individual. Hey! The green-haired child shouted to Ashton, waving his hands around and attracting Ashton's attention. What? Oh, Gon, glad to see you're still healthy. The Chimera Ant spoke with composure. In truth, he had somewhat forgotten about the freak's child. Why are you sheltering that royal guard? She killed Kite and many others, he shouted in righteous anger. The elders of the Zoldyck family weren't quite perturbed by that. Killua was scared to see how blunt Gon was. Mahu and Zeno didn't think that Ashton was going to take a child's cries as something offensive. He was also an old man after all. Well, Gon, so have I, so have you, so has your father, so has Kite. Killing people barely matters at this point. Ashton's words didn't seem to sit right to Gon though. But the people we killed are not innocents. Ashton was tempted to just ignore the kid, but he didn't feel like dealing with him at a later time, so it was better to address the issues as soon as they came up. Well, that's completely subjective, isn't it? Kite is no innocent man. And, to the pedo back then, humans were just pets, toys, food, whatever. Would you sympathize with livestock that's about to be killed and cooked? Gon was somewhat forced to somewhat shut his mouth after that. Ashton just sighed as he remembered that he hadn't even bothered warning Pedo about Kite. He clearly had quite the mess to stop now. He didn't think Pedo was in any danger though, she was his associate, she was likely protected. Even without protection, she should have been strong enough to run off by herself. Well, I believe we all have a lot to talk about. I think calling a meeting with everyone is the next step, said Silva while looking at the state of his family. Many were injured, and Zeno definitely needed medical attention. I think getting the wounded treated should be the top priority now, said Ashton while looking around both the Zoldyck members and the army they were leading. Well, we have time now. I'll surround the continent in my spores if needed. I will turn anything that tries to enter into a living tree, Ashton said with a toothy smile. Maha could see that his tooth seemed to be razor-sharp and somewhat shiny. We'll get to work for now. Turning away the reinforcements that are to arrive is also a given, Silva said while he started to give orders to all of the people around him. Ashton just sat down at the side of the wall and looked at the sea in the distance. He smiled as he thought about the prospect of meeting his teacher once more. There's no need to run this time. I'll be waiting. Chapter 210, Table of Discourse. _POV Ashton_. It has been a while since I've last spoken with everyone like this. Well, it's been even longer for them. For me, it's like I've just woken up from a deep sleep. They have been struggling all the time I was resting. Well, they will keep struggling, but now I'll also be around in case things go wrong. I can provide them with protection, but I can't do that forever. I will act as a safety net, but humanity will have to rise above the threats it faces by itself. They have a lot of room for growth. Many of the soldiers that I've seen had barely been trained. With enough training for all of the militia, the army wouldn't have lost the way it did. At least it wouldn't have been so drastic of a loss. The Zoldycks were doing fine by themselves, but overall, it wasn't all that peachy. The gunners were missing some shots, the close-ranged fighters were panicking and frolicking around like a pack of geese. It was rather sad to watch. And yes, I did observe them for a while. I arrived early enough to see Zeno kill an ancient dragon using Yama's nail. It was a somewhat dangerous move, not only due to the flames of the dragon but also because the relic could have killed him if he had too little Nen. That's why I gave it to Maha, because I knew he'd be able to use it safely at least to some degree. But I guess it was fine since Zeno grew stronger after that barrier fell, so he was safe enough to use it. Now, I'm waiting with the Zoldycks for all of the leaders to gather in one place. The princes won't be attending this one, so I'll visit Mama's right after this ends. It's rather odd to see how stronger even the civilians have gotten. Everyone is basically a third-rate Nen user at this point. They just have no idea how to control their Nen properly, only doing it subconsciously. Well, calling it an odd sight might not be completely right. It's more of a fascinating one. I wonder if I would have gotten stronger as well if I were still a human. It's likely that I would have, but that's a bit hard to know. Ashton, when do you think the next invasion will happen? Asked Maha while sipping on some poison tea. He also gave some to Ashton, who needed to work a bit on his resistance now. Although he was already naturally immune to most effects, he still got dizzy. Depends. There are many beings in the Dark Continent, but I doubt they'll start attacking in waves after seeing just how badly this one went. They will likely gather their forces for a while, and then they will attack in full force. My answer didn't seem to cheer anyone up. But it's the most realistic possibilities. The gods probably got a tad bit too cocky after seeing that I was out of the picture. Now they must be trying to take out humanity in one last, all-out attack. How many beasts do you reckon they will have? Maha asked warily. He was quite curious about the Dark Continent now that they were basically up against the entirety of it. They'll probably range in the billions, and 3 will be quite a few of the caliber of those dragons that you 3 fought. Probably at least 1,000. I doubt they'll gather beasts even from the deeper parts of the continent, so I'm just estimating the ones from the shores. Even then, this estimate is not painting a good picture. I'm not even sure I'd be able to take care of so many of them. The best thing I can do is keep them away by growing a flower wall that spits out poisonous spores when beasts approach it. But that wouldn't last long. The corpse would pile up to the point where beasts just scale over the flesh of the other former members of the horde. I need to think of some countermeasures, but I do believe I have some time in my hands right now. So I'm not exactly worried. Worst case scenario, I save a few thousand humans and rebuild humanity after slowly dealing with a beast infestation. I'm pretty confident in surviving by myself, even without relics. But I don't know about actually protecting about 150,000 humans in 4 different cities all at once. That doesn't sound quite encouraging. But I guess it could have been much worse. I'm not sure humanity has much a chance either way though. Maha is at least an optimist. Well, as much as an old jaded assassin can be. Nah, we will manage to pull through. I can make some things up and prepare for the worst situations. But humans still need to pull their weight. I think we should hurry up the training for new Nen users. Maha raised an eyebrow at my words. And I think I realize why too. You say humans as if you are no longer part of that group. I get that you are a chimera now, but you are primarily human in the end. You think, act and feel like one. I guess it would sound like I'm disassociating myself from humanity from an outsider. I can see that both Silva and Maha are a bit uncomfortable in this conversation, even though they were quite nonchalant when hearing my earlier words. I do think of myself as a human, but I would sometimes speak like that even before becoming an ant, I said with a smile, revealing my jagged teeth and making Maha sigh a bit. Well, I guess that's also true, he said, seemingly defeated. Our conversation was then cut short. Killua walked in, leading quite the sizable group inside the meeting room. They were the Zodiacs, Kite, and Morel. Nav is probably busy or something. Cheadle instantly lit up when seeing me. Kite also reacted in an expected way, by looking at me with a wary gaze and damn near rushing at me. Glad to see you all so healthy. I got up from my seat to greet them. Cheadle seemed almost ecstatic to see me. I could say the same about you. Last I've heard you were decomposing for God's sake. Kanzai greeted with some enthusiasm. Honestly, this guy has been nothing but smiles ever since I helped him with that overgrown lizard a few months back. Well, some things happened. As some of the more perceptive among you might have noticed, I'm not exactly human anymore. I'm a chimera now. Kite's eyes widened at my words. He probably had his suspicions, but my words just confirmed them. Cheadle was the only one that looked a bit sad, the rest just seemed to be mildly interested in my transformation. Well, we all have a lot to talk about. Let's sit down for now though, I'm sure the journey here was quite long. And just like that, we all started speaking openly. This meeting is going to be long. Chapter 211, Change and Home. _POV narration _ The meeting didn't actually last a long time. It just had Ashton explain how exactly he had become an ant and why he decided to do so. Kite was especially interested since he had already talked to Ashton about finding more on chimera ants. Now he could hazard a guess that Ashton knew a lot more about them. But that wasn't all of it. He also told everyone about the possibility of a much larger horde and the fact that they needed to be prepared for the worst. Currently, humanity had quite a few able warriors. They were all spread around all of the cities. But that simply wouldn't do. They needed to build a huge metropolis in the best spot possible for both agriculture and industry, and move everyone in that place. Only by concentrating their defenses into one point would humanity have more chances to survive the next horde. In truth, Cheadle had already started planning for that. She started connecting all of the city tunnels, creating an underground network. She planned to have it branch off into an even larger maze. Above that maze would be built the largest city that humanity could afford to build on this new continent. This plan, however, would take at least 2 years of work, and that was just because everyone was enhanced by an abundant amount of Nen. It made them all stronger and more endurant. They didn't know if they had 2 years left. They needed to draft as much workforce to that project as soon as possible. Until then, most of the warriors of humanity would be guarding the shore. With Ashton there, it would be easy to transport an entire army rather quickly. Ashton himself could fly at unimaginable speeds, he'd just need to rip open space and allow the soldiers to march into the rift. Then he'd just have to take them out at the war zone. But it was better if such a setup wasn't needed. That method was kept as a last resort. If anything, Ashton himself was currently humanity's last resort. Maha and Kite were also strong, but they would both die in seconds when fighting Ashton. The same stood for all of the leaders. Even if they banded together, Ashton would likely be able to turn them into trees in seconds. The spores he could release from his skin were just as dangerous as the ones from the blooming flowers he liked growing. Morel found the situation to be rather frightening. He always found Ashton to be a strange man. But he also knew he could trust him. Now he was just confused as to whether or not the person in front of them was actually the old and jaded scientist he had once seen. He was simply a different person altogether. The old chairman Isak Netero was actually once friends with this version of Ashton, not the one he had turned into while closing himself in laboratories. Now, Morel could finally understand why Netero found the old scientist to be so worth his time. He went from an explosive and threatening crazed man, to an understandable and easygoing individual. But he was also reliable. Anyone at the table knew that he was someone that humanity owed a lot to. He was the very reason they were all still alive to this day. At least a good portion of them. Now, the meeting ended on a high note. No one was truly depressed when learning of the estimated number of beasts they had to face. After all, humanity has gone through worse and survived. That was the phrase that Ashton told them. It managed to calm them down to a great extent. But it didn't put out the fire underneath them. They understood that this was now a race. Who would win was to be decided by how much humans were prepared to defend themselves. The next stopping point for Ashton was quite predictable. He learned from Cheadle that Pedo was with Mamas, so he was obviously going to visit the two of them. Kite wasn't quite pleased with him intending to leave so early, but they'd get to talk another time. Kurapika was much in the same mind. He was going to wait for an opportunity to speak to the old scientist in person. But for now, Ashton was simply flying towards the residence of the princes. By now, most of them were done with their Nen training. But they were still living together, purely out of convenience. Ashton landed in their courtyard. He was greeted by a familiar face, pointing a gun at him. It was none other than Theta. She saw a brooding figure land in the middle of the courtyard. She could see a large 3-meter-long tail on its lower back. She took a second before shouting, "Intruder!" She was about to press her radio button and alarm the rest of the guards, as well as the princes. But Ashton just turned around and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. She recognized him instantly. She was also instantly embarrassed. Sorry. I didn't recognize you at all," she said as she took a bow. Ashton just scratched his head a bit. "Well, ain't this one familiar?" "Theta, it's been a while. Care to tell me if Mama's is in her room or something?" the Chimera Ant asked with a smile. That friendly smile managed to reveal his jagged teeth slightly. It made Theta flinch in surprise. She then also noticed the distinct color of his eyes. It made her gulp a bit. "Why yeah. She's in her room. Are you alright?" She seemed genuinely concerned. It made Ashton smile even more. "Never better. Just feel like greeting her first is a given," Ashton said as he slowly looked around the courtyard. "I'll be going. See you around." Ashton turned around and started walking towards Mama's room. But he didn't have to walk for long. He spotted the princess running out of her room with a panic. Seems like Theta's initial scream still alerted a few people. Mama's eyes instantly widened when seeing Ashton. The fact that he had a strange tail, jagged teeth and black sclera with yellow pupils didn't seem to even register to her. She simply ran to him and jumped him. It was a rather odd sight. Ashton wasn't really taken by surprise. He was rather expecting some scorn, but affection was also welcome. He just smiled while in her embrace. Hugging her back came naturally too. Then, a much faster figure dashed out from the side. It was none other than Pedo. She also seemed to be rather happy. She decided that tackling Ashton was the right move to make in that situation. The three of them all came to the ground. Ashton would have been able to keep his footing, but he still chose to fall since there was no reason to ruin Pito's excitement. A warm feeling appeared in his heart at that moment. He looked at the sky in glee. He felt a joy he hadn't felt in a long time. A feeling of belonging. I'm home. Chapter 212, Preparations and Talks. _POV narration _ Months rolled by after Ashton's reawakening. Humans slowly started building up more and more strength. Ashton was amazed at their rate of improvement. Young men that had no prior knowledge of Nen, nor the constitution to practice it, were now capable fighters. Many even reached levels similar to that of the old Zodiacs. In that time, everyone got much stronger. The actual Zodiacs were now a threat to be reckoned with. All of them managed to surpass the level of the Ant King before Netero. 1. Ashton himself grew to monstrous proportions. His current strength was simply unreasonable, to the point where he was more than confident in facing his teacher. During this time, Ashton was not idle at all. He got to be part of many projects. Thanks to him, the tunnels were all finished in less than a week, which allowed the building of the city to start much quicker. Most were now already moved into the larger city. Ashton also built the walls around it, natural walls made entirely out of hardened rock and trees tougher than steel. After the entire population was moved into a large enough area, Ashton decided to turn the entire continent into an untamed and highly dangerous forest. At least for anything non-human. The forest was laden with traps and simply untraversable for any beast that approached the shores of the continent. The trees formed endless labyrinths. After all, a man like Ashton wasn't about to just grow the trees randomly. He needed to spend at least a week to make sure that the patterns were as confusing as possible. There was also simply no path leading to the city. One needed to fly over trees a kilometer high just to catch a glimpse of it. How exactly were the plants on the continent that strong? Well, they weren't. Ashton had taken multiple samples from the Dark Continent. And, he had planted them and spread them within the new continent now. It was also how he had managed to shred apart the last horde that had appeared when he helped the Zulks. Regular trees wouldn't have been able to do much after all. Ashton had already talked with Kurapika too. The young Kurata clan survivor wasn't exactly great at expressing his emotions, but he still conveyed his words properly. I'm sorry that I avoided you for so long. I forgive you for what you have done. I hope that you will forgive my selfishness too. Ashton appreciated the young man's honesty. And, he didn't even think that Kurapika had done anything wrong. He obviously patted the blonde man on the back and forgave him. Unfortunately, not all meetings were going to go as smoothly. Specifically, his meeting with Kite wasn't quite as friendly. Especially after Ashton found out that Kite had tried to kill Pito. He wasn't shocked by it, he expected it. But that didn't mean he had to be pleased with it. The conversation went somewhat like this. So, it seems you have tried to attack my little student Pito. Ashton's tone seemed playful at the time. It was brought up in casual conversation. But the two of them were meeting up in the middle of the forest at night, sharing the secrets of the Chimera ants. You call that abomination a student? Perhaps you have forgotten what killed Netero? Kite was trying to justify his actions by associating Pito's actions with those of her former liege. Netero killed himself. Don't even mouth his name in my presence. In the second part of the sentence, something odd happened to Ashton's eyes. They seemed to crack, almost as if they were made out of glass. Kite also felt a horrifying amount of killing intent. Ashton didn't even need to release any Nen to unnerve Kite to no end. After all, Ashton was now the Ant King. Kite was naturally hesitant to even stand straight in his presence. Pito was an exception since she was really close to Ashton. But for the rest of the Chimera ants? Well, they basically saw him as the new king. Killed himself? I'm pretty sure that isn't what those reports told you. Kite wasn't willing to back down, unfortunately. He didn't technically speak of Netero again. But he still brought him up in conversation. And it made Ashton somewhat mad. His tail snapped, it opened up in a snarl and revealed rows of jagged teeth. Its mouth hovered right above Kite before he could even react properly. It threatened to bite his head off. Kite knew when to stop. Fortunately. But he didn't stop complaining about pedo. You know, this wouldn't have been an issue if you weren't keeping my killer as a pet. Ashton just retracted his tail with a nonchalant gaze. The only reason he was being so kind was that, ultimately, Kite was an ally. One that the human race would need in the future. Cheetah even begged him not to kill Kite. So, he decided to listen. Not that he was going to let Kite off so easily. No, he was going to give Kite a small ultimatum. I don't care that she killed you before, she's someone else now. Well, don't expect me to try and protect this someone else that she's become, Kite responded spitefully. He was well aware that he wasn't going to be able to touch pedo. But he sure as hell wasn't going to help her with anything, or work alongside her. Kite. Let me put it this way then. If a single hair on her head is hurt, you will be the very first person I kill. Brutally, despite my recent changes and my somewhat laxer stance on killing, I am a very violent man with an extremely high thirst for blood. His calm voice and cracked eyes, as well as his unveiled intent, were all overwhelming Kite. He just sweated a bit as he looked away from the eyes of the old hunter in front of him. He couldn't even mutter a response out of fear. I'm glad we have come to an understanding. Here's the notebook on all I know about ants. Have a nice day. Ashton simply patted Kite's shoulder, his intent disappearing completely. Kite simply looked at his hand for a second, then noticed that he was alone in that forest. Their meeting was somewhat disastrous. It only went well because Ashton wasn't willing to make Cheeto sad by killing Kite. Kite was, after all, just behind Maha in terms of strength. Losing him would be a blow to the overall strength of humanity. So, Ashton stopped worrying about him. He had bigger fish to fry, as some would say. Why? Well, he decided to embark on a small journey to the sunken temple. A place that he theorized to be the resting place of these gods that they were facing right now. How had he reached that conclusion? Well, it was all thanks to the notes and the scriptures. The scriptures were all clearly meant to mislead him, and his proof of that was the note inside that doll. It was a lot more believable than the ancient writings on slabs made by the people that worshipped those gods. So, Ashton realized that the supposed ritual to release something to fight the gods was simply a ritual to release the gods from the abyss. It was a stretch, a mere theory. But that's why he needed to go and look for clues inside that temple. Chapter 213, Gods in Perspective. _POV narration _ The day of the raid on humanity was quite a tragic one for the beings of the abyss. After one of them managed to free his consciousness through one of the princes, he managed to spread his life force and kill off most of the human race. Unfortunately, the ones within the new continent all survived. The gods could feel their life force brazenly still burning bright. But they knew it was only a matter of time before humanity ended. The barrier was about to give in after all. That pesky barrier had been a knife in their back for a very long time. It was a precaution planted by Ozymandias the Great, the strongest human king to have ever existed. He crafted a relic that could erect a barrier strong enough to keep all other beings away. It only allowed humans to come and go. Ozymandias managed to create that relic on the brink of death after fleeing with a part of his kingdom from the Dark Continent. The barrier he erected sprouted from the center of Lake Mobius and pushed all of their pursuers back. In the end, the great king died, much to the pleasure of the beings residing in the abyss. But he left behind something that basically made humans untouchable. He allowed his race to grow once more. The relic that kept the barrier was simply called the Heart of the Forgotten King. It was named like that by the last human that died with knowledge of humanity's past. All of the information was promptly erased by history. But the gods remembered. They scowled, and shouted, and begged, and screeched, like petulant children. They wished to see humanity dead, but they were simply unable to do anything about them. So they watched with spiteful glares and waited for something to come up. That was when he appeared. A small child washed up the shores of the Dark Continent. The gods were confused. They chose not to act though. They weren't expecting the child to integrate so quickly with the residents of the continent. Ashton quickly became a fascinating sight for them. They didn't even see him as human, so their hatred for him wasn't quite that great. No, they planned to use him. After all, they were all trapped within that space because of humanity. It was only fair that a human was to free them someday. The gods knew that they had a chance when the expeditions began. At first, all of the humans were dying. The gods turned the beasts mad using their influence on them as their creators. But, after some expeditions, they started rising guardians and planting inclus, waiting for their little human puppet to work and free them. They weren't quite pleased when the human managed to find companionship. They slowly tried to enter his mind and steer him off from them. They only succeeded to some extent, but that was more than enough. Ashton slowly shaped up into what they wanted him to be. Especially so when he gained a renewed interest in the Dark Continent. But slowly, things went in the opposite direction from what they wanted. Ashton managing to free himself from their influence completely and exploring on his own, making decisions and doubting all of the information that they had provided him with. It all crumbled down when he found the doll. The message within the doll managed to surprise the gods too. Who exactly was trying to help humanity? Who was aware of their intentions? They had no way of knowing. They couldn't know who was at fault for it. But Ashton saw through their hubris and even forgot about the ritual that they emphasized so much on. So, he became nothing more than a shameless and savage beast that needed to be taken down. They were beyond happy when they could no longer sense his Nen. Perhaps a bit too happy. He did come back, in a different, and much more frightening form. Well, the fact that he reappeared and easily took care of the army that they raised to be strong enough to take out all of humanity meant that their problems were far from over. They were forced to work hard and gather as many beasts as possible, an action which took some time. They certainly didn't expect the hateful Ashton to actually make his way towards them. _POV Ashton_. I left the continent in the morning. There were only 3 people to see me off, Kurapika, Mamas and Pito specifically. I made sure that humanity would stand strong even in my absence. The forests I grew are alive. I don't need to constantly control them if I need them to take care of intruders. I basically did my job. And, humanity is currently in a state where I would feel comfortable just leaving them to fight the hordes by themselves. Well, at least as long as the defenses I built still stand. Even if humans can't kill that many beasts, the forests I raised alone can take care of most of them. Or at least keep them at bay indefinitely. Well, unless my teacher shows up there. But that's unlikely, at least I don't really think that would happen. If my guesses are correct, he should be somewhere near the sunken temple, defending it. Currently, I'm flying through the sky. My body is somewhat similar to Yuppie's. I seem to be able to manipulate it fully. I'm unsure as to what exactly spurred this ability into existence, but it seems quite convenient. Well, I need to search my memory properly, to determine the actual direction that the ship was heading for when it found that whirlpool. I do know that it was supposedly near the Dark Continent. Enough for it to be outside the barrier that protected humanity. I can't wait to see it again. It's been oh so long. I wonder if that place is actually empty. Well, with the ability of the ancestral whale, I can likely just part the sea and undo the whirlpool altogether. I'll obviously get a good view of it before going in. I wonder what I can find in that place. Chapter 214, Clashing Auras. _POV narration _ Ashton didn't have to travel for much longer until he saw it. Well, he first spotted a giant figure badly trying to hide within the waters. It was none other than his former teacher. A being that many would find frightening. Ashton didn't show a single sign of hesitance when he saw his teacher. He didn't even blink. Any intimidating factor that the guardian of the sunken temple had was simply crushed by the lack of intelligence it currently had. The beast wasn't even able to hide in the water, it just stood straight, its head and a set of hands were completely above the water. Ashton looked at his teacher with pity. I hoped you'd get to live longer. But I guess you never would have wanted to reach this stage. Sorry for not doing this sooner. Ashton steeled himself as he prepared for the fight in front of him. His teacher wasn't going to be easy to kill, even if he was not that intelligent currently. Ashton started gathering the clouds, controlling the waters around him and the ones in the clouds to form a seemingly never-ending cloud that crackled with blue lights. The Guardian also noticed the changes in the weather. It lifted its head and looked directly at Ashton, which made the old hunter raise an eyebrow. Then he noticed it, a spark of purple light coming from the eyes of his former teacher. Instantly, he became wary. From the sea rose a large snake-like membrane that already had its mouth open, prepared to swallow him whole. It was one of the limbs of the Guardian. Its gigantic size made Ashton look like a speck of dust that was about to be swallowed up. Ashton didn't panic at all. He simply flapped his wings and dodged the snakish appendage in time, just as its mouth closed and clamped shut, releasing a shockwave that managed to blow a bit of the cloud away. Ashton wasn't exactly perturbed by the sudden attack. His teacher displaying intelligence was what actually unnerved him. But then he realized. The thing he was fighting wasn't his teacher. They took control of my teacher's body, huh? I guess I can't blame them. He's the strongest being they managed to create. Ashton looked at the large purple eyes that scanned the clouds for him. The mouth of the snake arm snapped open and started releasing a poisonous mist into the clouds. Ashton once more flew away. This time though, he decided to release a counterattack. He rolled around the clouds for a bit, then he formed a tornado with the Guardian's head in the middle. The god controlling the Guardian had no time to react properly, as countless lightning bolts rained down upon the body of the Guardian. It was a horrific, yet mesmerizing scene. A spectacle of both beauty and brutality. The charged lightning ripped through the Guardian's flesh. It healed repeatedly, only to be shredded apart once more. The beast then snapped. It smashed one of its hands onto the surface of the sea, blowing all of the clouds away and creating a large whirlpool right beside the one of the ruins it was protecting. Ashton looked down at the god with a cold gaze. Slowly, from the very bottom of the sea, roots started rising on the body of the Guardian, algae moving and strapping onto its hands. Trees grew from underneath its body and formed a massive forest on the Guardian's legs almost instantly. The beast roared in rage as it tried to shake off the vegetation growing on its body. Don't struggle so much. You know you've no chance in this form. You're merely an observer. Being able to use my teacher's body won't suddenly make you knowledgeable on how to use it. Ashton's voice was loud. It boomed across the sea as he looked the beast in its purple glinted large eyes. He could easily spot the rage in them. It made him release a small sadistic smirk. The beast then released a shockwave of aura, completely blowing away all of the vegetation around it and making the sea part around it. The pressure of that unleashed aura was felt throughout Lake Mobius. The humans that were now more sensitive to Nen felt it too. They all trembled in fear. A giant, a being that humans couldn't possibly dream to match existed, and it was revealing its presence with a bang. It was frightening, sickening. It almost made everyone cower in fear. And some did do it. Only those that had more willpower managed to stand upright during that initial spike. The crazed bloodthirst in its aura was felt throughout the entire sea. The sea monsters all fled in every direction, trying to get away from the source of it all. I guess you're not entirely useless. But being able to do that much won't help you, Ashton said while looking down at the Guardian. Then he released a smile of his own. Suddenly, Lake Mobius could feel yet another aura rise. One that matched the previous one. This one, however, was more sinister. It lacked bloodthirst, it lacked craziness. It simply gave everyone that felt it a cold and freezing touch on the neck. It was as if death was whispering sweet little nothings into their ears. Kite quickly realized who that aura belonged to. He had felt it before, on his skin. But now it was completely unleashed. Ashton is fighting something, he thought as he rushed to contact the others and inform them. Although, most of them managed to figure that out on their own already. It wasn't all that hard to figure out for most of them. After all, Ashton hadn't left that long ago. And the beasts weren't going to start fighting by themselves, of that they were sure. So, this was the only explanation. Ashton was engaging in a fight with what they could presume to be the strongest beast around. The two clashed, neither managing to gain any dominance over the other. Ashton gazed into the large eyes of the Guardian once more, as he prepared for the next move. Chapter 215, Truth Revealed. _POV narration _ The auras clashed time and time again as Ashton was locked into a staring contest with the god that had wiped out most of humanity already. The Abyss Worm, as Ashton would call him, was now taking control of the body of his teacher. How exactly could he tell that it was the same one? Well, those large purple eyes were just as the others had described them, and just as he remembered them. When he was in the abyss, there was only one pair of eyes with this specific shade of purple. It was the largest one, that had once appeared underneath him. Now, he had the opportunity of facing that being that had looked at him like he was nothing more than a toy. Ashton smiled. No need for the silent treatment. I know you're capable of speech, Ashton said as he looked at the sea. It was twisting violently as the two of them released the entirety of their auras. Ashton knew that his teacher could speak through telepathy, so he was urging the god to do the same. After all, he still wanted to see if he could extract some information from the worm. Don't get complacent, you little fool. You played by our song for so long, it was already far too late when you took notice of our plans. The worm spoke in his mind. Ashton smirked internally as he realized that the being in front of him was also quite verbose. Oh please, I never did that stupid ritual you were baiting me into doing. Your plans only worked due to luck. Ashton decided to see just how much information he could get from the ancient being speaking in his mind. Indeed, you never did that ritual. Yet, you are the main cause for the current crisis that humanity is facing. If you weren't foolish enough to walk into our small pocket of the abyss, I wouldn't ever have been able to breach the thinned veil at the right time. Ashton actually smiled when hearing that. He already had his suspicions that he was somewhat tied to the fact that a single god was currently roaming the earth. Well, you've broken through. Congratulations. How exactly do you plan to deal with me though? Taking over a strong host will never be enough to defeat me, Ashton continued speaking to the beast. His calm demeanor managed to frustrate the puny god. Your pride and arrogance know no bounds, human. This is why we loathe your kind so much. The beast shouted in Ashton's mind. The old hunter responded by scratching the back of his head and sighing. You know, the irony in that is quite sad to watch. Especially since you're all just humans anyway, Ashton said while looking at the body of his teacher. He could see the eyes of his controlled teacher widen. What? Don't bring such basel. Shut it. Ashton interrupted the god once more. There's no such thing as a superior being. You guys are just humans from older civilizations that figured out how to easily create more life from their life force. It wasn't easy for Ashton to come to that conclusion, but it all made sense. The gods were just humans, of a different, much older civilization. How exactly had he reached that conclusion? Well, he knew that the only thing that made these gods special, was the fact that they discovered how to create life with their aura. But who else managed to make that discovery before being wiped out? Humans. From more recent generations. The gods likely didn't want to share their authority with more people, so they chose to wipe every human out. It was a strange puzzle to put together. But Ashton had a lot of time to think about it. The only thing that didn't make much sense to him currently was the doll. Why exactly did the message inside it help him? It seems you're a bit smarter than we've given you credit for. But you're still far too young to face us. This beast that I am currently controlling may not be at its peak, but it's more than enough to end you. The time for talks was over. The god was also going to try and silence Ashton from transmitting the truth of their assistance to anyone else. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Ashton shouted as he dashed out of the way of the two gigantic snake hands that were slithering towards him. They cut through the air at unbelievable speeds, but Ashton was slightly faster. He managed to dodge the mouths of the snakes, only to be met with the slap of a simple hand. The slap was infused with Shakti, and it hit Ashton head-on. The power of that arm created a sonic boom, so powerful that it parted the sea around them once more, Ashton was sent flying into the sea. He crash-landed at the very bottom of it. The seawater rushed in and completely submerged him into the depths. The guy looked pleased by his handiwork. He had managed to take Ashton by surprise for a split second. But it seemed to have forgotten something. The Ashton it was facing right now was far, far away from the limitations of human bodies. Out of the sea rushed a figure. It slammed straight into the forehead of the giant, creating a large crater into its head and denting crushing its skull into its brain. "Don't expect to win in a physical confrontation," Ashton said as he flew back into the sky and looked down at the beast. His figure was completely unscathed. The powerful slap only seemed to have caused a light scratch at the point of contact. Ashton looked on with little interest as the head seemed to heal up almost instantly. The damage dealt was barely noticeable by the time the Guardian regained its footing. The beast growled and released yet another roar. Its roar became that of an enraged beast once more. Ashton was forced to dance around in the sky, as the beast's limbs expanded and tried to grasp him from 4 different directions at once. All 4 of its limbs were currently trying to either bite into him or crush him against something. But he flew by most attacks and even managed to do some damage himself. Every time a limb came too close, Ashton's tail would spur into action and sting the beast. The speed of the tail was far greater than the speed of the Guardian's limbs. After stinging, Ashton would also use the same momentum to retreat, using the limbs of the Guardian as footholds. The fight continued like that for a few minutes, all until Ashton looked at the beast once more. This time, a sadistic smile was apparent on his face. "Hey, have you ever seen how regeneration of tissue is slowed by extreme heat?" he asked as he clapped his hands once. From all 4 of the limbs, a strange aura seeped out. The god didn't even have the time to notice what color it was before all of its limbs were blown off in different directions. But that wasn't all. Countless mini explosions sustained by oxygen kept the limbs from recovering at all. "Did you really think I'd come here without any plan? And to think you'd call yourself a god?" Ashton's words managed to anger the beast more. It quickly enveloped its body in Shakti and tried to expel Ashton's explosive Nen out of its body. But it was already a bit late. Ashton had already prepared his next move. He appeared in front of the giant's face. "Say, have you ever been close to the sun?" Chapter 216, Anguish. _POV narration _ That phrase from Ashton instantly confused the Guardian. "You know, I've been thinking about this a lot. How exactly am I supposed to kill my teacher? No matter the damage, he can always heal back, he has no vital organs, no need for air. So what am I supposed to do?" Ashton decided to explain himself for a second. He found it amusing, telling a dying being some things. "But then I realized, why even use my own strength?" Ashton's smile instantly turned sadistic. He ripped open space and took out a small metallic cylinder. "Hey, little god. This is the culmination of all of my nuclear weapons research. The very epitome of firepower. The ultimate trump card of the new civilization of humans. You get the honor of feeling it in your bones." The Guardian quickly brought both of his still slowly healing hands in front of its face. It was clearly going to try and block that blast. After all, what was it supposed to do? It couldn't possibly dodge with that large a figure. And the god had no way to enter back into the abyss either. There was also no living being left nearby so he could transfer his consciousness. "I've named this Miniature Sun. May your last moments be filled with anguish and despair." Ashton pressed a small button on the side of the cylinder, then threw it towards the beast in front of him. Ashton had this in his space the entire time. He was saving it up for a worst-case scenario. Saying that it was his greatest creation would have been grossly undermining just how large of an achievement this was to him. He had created a weapon strong enough to be called a sun. This was not revealed to any other nation, he had kept it to himself for the longest of times. But he simply didn't have any choice but to use it. He could wail on his teacher for years, but the Guardian of the Sunken Temple simply had endless stamina. It was impossible to beat it in a battle of endurance. So, the only actual choice Ashton had was to use this bomb. 1. When he was still human, he had little hope of escaping from the blast of that nuclear weapon. But now, he used his greatest speed, dashing exactly in the opposite direction. He grew 3 sets of wings on his back and used wind aspect to its fullest in order to give himself a boost in speed. Before the cylinder even started cracking and releasing a yellowish glow, Ashton was already 2 kilometers away. Still, he didn't slow down one bit. Ashton then started using his explosions to further propel himself forwards. Behind him, a blinding light appeared. The miniature sun rose on the horizon. A large, searing heat was released from the center of that small explosive device. The heat proceeded to burn the air around it, forming a giant quickly expanding ball of fire. The flame swallowed up the Guardian. It expanded across a distance of 5 kilometers at the very least. Ashton just managed to get out of that range in time. But that didn't mean he was spared from the effects of the miniature sun. Ashton felt the heat burning through his skin and flesh, turning his bones into charcoal. He still kept flying away at full speed, not even worrying about his quickly burning body. The old hunter knew better than to look back. After all, it was unwise to stare at the sun. He was sure that his eyes would burn off if he did too. Now, how exactly did Ashton get around creating this type of destructive weapon? Well, it wasn't simple. The materials he used were also not simple. To put it bluntly, it was an impossibility made possible. Ashton was excited when he felt the heat of the explosion. It was the first time he had ever used it. And it would also be the last. The miniature sun was something he never managed to recreate. It was a weapon so perverse that he simply couldn't bring himself to try and recreate it. Why? Well, so many things could go wrong. So many mistakes could be made. He had only succeeded in creating one. Either due to luck or the fact that he made too many mistakes and they somehow cancelled themselves out. The old hunter managed to fly at least 100 kilometers off in the span of 1 minute. He finally gained the courage to move his eyes towards the blast. The miniature sun was still burning bright. It was quickly swallowing up seawater and turning it into steam. Ashton could see the sea level get lower and lower by the second. Ashton looked at his own body. He couldn't even feel much of it. It was burned in most places. He looked at his slowly healing wounds. He could still feel the burning sun, so he decided to fly even further away. He decided against going into the water underneath him to cool off. The entirety of Lake Mobius was currently boiling. Humanity was, for lack of a better word, shocked at the way everything was burning. Well, the few stronger ones that were still on the surface anyway. From the second Ashton and his teacher unleashed their auras, the civilians all ran towards the underground tunnels. The only ones remaining on the surface were the warriors defending the city and the leaders of the city. Some of the weaker soldiers actually had to go inside the tunnels when they felt their bodies heat up too much. The miniature sun was deserving of its name. I think that should be it. But I can't help feeling uneasy for some reason. I guess my instincts are warning me that the fight's not over yet. Ashton looked at the distant miniature sun. His wounds were already mostly healed. After 10 minutes, the flames finally started dying down, the heat becoming less and less pronounced. The sea itself was all covered by a thick wall of mist. Same for the sky. Ashton could barely see a meter in front of him now that the miniature sun was gone. He didn't activate any form of thermal vision. Trying to do so was foolish when the very steam around him was hot enough to melt metals. Ashton is thankfully tough enough to not be bothered by it. In the distance, Ashton could hear a few plops. Then, he heard a large roar. A massive shockwave passed him and blew all of the steam away. Ashton clenched his teeth as he realized that a cloud of steam at that temperature wasn't a good thing for the human continent. He then looked in the direction of the Guardian. He could see the beast still standing. Well, parts of it. The giant body was burned to charcoal and beyond. It was clear that its body had disintegrated many times. Ashton watched as the crazed beast seemed to squirm in pain. So unsightly. Chapter 217, Death of a God. _POV narration _ Ashton decided to start getting closer to the Guardian. He slowly, but cautiously approached the site of the explosion. Even with his Nen protecting all of his body, he could still feel new burns appearing all over his body. But Ashton didn't let it deter him. He looked at the body of his former teacher with a strange smile. The body was mostly a piece of charcoal now. There was not even a single sign of healing on it. It simply seemed to be surviving on the scraps of vitality that it had left. Even with that little vitality, the Guardian was able to blow all of the steam away with a single shout. Ashton himself was somewhat horrified of the effects of his untested weapon. He was no stranger to explosions and strange abilities. But seeing this much destruction, seeing the sea get turned into steam in an instant was somewhat frightful. "I guess you weren't expecting that, huh? I guess your civilization didn't get to evolve to this level before you wipe yourselves out." Ashton spoke while staring at the remainder of the beast. He was mostly speaking to the god inside the body. He had made quite a few realizations about the gods. To him, they were clearly humans. More clearly, they were a small group of humans that managed to reach a special state by cultivating energy that they had little understanding of. By his hypothesis, they likely wiped themselves out. Well, the gods wiped the other humans in hopes to keep their authority and prevent any others from rising to that status. Shakti was likely the energy they managed to cultivate. Ashton assumed it was similar to Nen. He actually thought that it was made to counter Nen. But they were, in fact, just coincidentally natural enemies. The gods managed to wipe out any humans that had a chance to become gods through the learning of Shakti. Then they proceeded to repopulate the world with beasts of their own. Humans, however, hadn't actually died out. No, they were actually doing rather well for themselves. They even managed to harness an energy of their own. At first, the gods paid little attention to the new human civilization. At least until they noticed that humans also had the ability to create life. That was when the gods decided to fully take out humanity once and for all. And that was how everything started. Ashton was actually right in his assumptions. His theory was merely based on his understanding of humans and the gods, coupled with the few insights that the Compendium of the Wild Hunt was able to give him. In the end, he managed to find the truth on his own. The gods not refuting the fact that they were initially human certainly helped Ashton in making sure of the legitimacy of his theory. "Don't gloat too much. This little show of yours has greater ramifications than you think." The god spoke inside Ashton's mind in a faint voice. It was clear that he was either tired beyond belief, or dying. If Ashton was to hazard a guess, then it would be the first one. He knew that the gods were all basically beings made out of parasitic aura. They could steal and inhabit many bodies, they weren't affected by the death of the bodies they inhabited. The only thing that might have brought the god in that state was the overuse of its life force. Its Shakti. Ramifications? Is it because that underwater temple was also destroyed? "I guess that was inevitable though," Ashton said while he looked at the crater that was slowly being refilled with seawater. The temperature was slowly going back to normal. At least on the surface. The bed of the sea was still made out of magma. And the sea itself was still boiling and steaming. The gateway was broken. Exactly as we planned it. Not the way I wanted it to though. We are now free. The rest have most likely already taken residence in beasts all over the world. Humanity is on its last breath. Ashton raised an eyebrow at what he was hearing. "You won't be able to protect it all by yourself." The god spoke with hatred and spite that few could claim to have ever felt in their lives. But Ashton wasn't deterred at all. "And who are you? How are you so bold to assume that I am the only thing protecting humanity now? Would I really be here if that was the case?" Ashton said with a large smile. Sure, his forests and his power was a huge part of the defense force of humanity. But the strength of some individuals was already getting at levels that could rival and even exceed his former, human self. That coupled with the fact that Ashton armed them all with appropriate relics. Well, the war wasn't going to be as one-sided as the gods wanted it to be. Don't joke around. You know too well the limitations of a human body, why else would you have this form now? Any defense that a human can muster, our creations can break. Still, The god remained deluded to the very end. Ashton just shrugged his shoulders as the god became completely silent. He spoke a few times, trying to get a reaction out of the being. But it was to no avail. The old hunter didn't need another hint to figure out that the one he fought had most likely died. He didn't really need a notification on his phone to tell him that. This also helped him realize a few things, like the fact that the gods had limited life force, so they were killable, and that they were, for some reason, unable to destroy the gateway that held them back for so long. Ashton looked at the ruins that the miniature sun left behind. The explosion itself wasn't all that large. He had made one similar in size when he was weaker, fighting the Ant King. But the destruction caused by this one was going to be felt for a very long time. Something was for sure, a lot of rain was going to come because of that move. Chapter 218, Beginning of the End. _POV narration _ The horde didn't appear instantly, but it was already mostly formed at the shores of the Dark Continent. Ashton had enough time to return and plan a bit more. He also scouted them a bit. It brought him to a sickening realization. The training wheels are off, I guess. An army of at least 2 billion beasts gathered in one place. From a distance, it looked like countless ants of different sizes was all looking at the sea together. In truth, after they were gathered by the purple-eyed god, they were simply made to remain idle there while the god dealt with Ashton and defended the temple. You'd expect they'd scatter without that god's influence. But now there was more than one present. In total, around 160 gods were living in the abyss. All of them were pairs of eyes that once gazed into Ashton's soul all that time ago. Now, they took control of the strongest beasts they could find. They were now the ones leading the assault. The one that Ashton fought was, without any doubt, the strongest of all of them. It was the only reason he alone was able to escape through the seal of the temple and into Zhonglei's Nen beast. Even though the one Ashton fought had the most energy, that didn't mean that the other gods were weak. No, all of them were capable of creating life. Together they had an abundant amount of Shakti. As for the humans, well, they already knew that the attack was imminent. They lived each and every day like it was their last. The soldiers knew that they were all in danger, especially the ones that had been part of the defense team along with the Zoldyck family. They knew the horrors that they were going to face. But they were far from scared. The remainders of humanity were showing, proving, that they were worthy to be part of humanity's last stand. The training they went through only got harder and harder. Each passing minute was important to them. They trained until their bones hurt, then they went and got healed by a Dr. Nen user, and then they got back to training. There was no need for a lot of sleep. All of them were feeling rested after less than 4 hours of sleep. So all of their time was dedicated to spending quality time with their loved ones, and training. The human army currently reached around 60,000 Nen users, men and women willing to lay down their lives to pave a future for those they loved. 1. That 60,000 was a number that excluded the top brass, the ones that reached levels of strength that many found impressive. They were given a rank of their own, much like the Zodiacs were at some point in the past. They were called the new Zodiacs, but, unlike the old ones, these ones were formed of groups. Each Zodiac sign had a different group of people. A total of 1,200 people reached that rank. Their strength was actually high. Enough so that Ashton considered many of them to exceed the old Zodiac members. So, humanity was currently stronger than ever. Ashton also managed to gather some resources and prepared some more practical weapons for humanity. After all, they were going to be dealing with a large number of beasts. In total, every human needed to somehow deal with 30,000 beasts on their own if they were to win the fight. That much was simply unreasonable. So, it was obvious that they needed to thin out the horde before it got close. And, during their last survived horde, they found out that artillery weapons weren't quite as effective as they needed to be. Their range was also lackluster. So, Cheadle decided to do the logical thing and ask Ashton for his expertise. To which she was reminded that Ashton was none other than the greatest nuclear expert that humanity had ever had. It wasn't exactly a difficult problem to solve. Ashton couldn't exactly make anything to the level of the miniature sun, not that he could ever attempt that again, with what he had. But he still made hundreds of weaker nuclear warheads just with the scraps he found in his void space. The new continent was still not advanced enough for them to exploit nuclear power to that extent. So Ashton was left to make things out of what he had. In the end, the nuclear warheads were simply metal cylinders, highly volatile and extremely dangerous to handle. One wrong bump and it goes boom type of dangerous. That was also why Ashton decided to handle the explosive by himself. Well, at least until Zeno talked him into allowing the Zoldyks to help him. Zeno specifically was able to fly much faster than most beasts could move, so he was a great person for the job. It wasn't exactly practical to have Ashton, the most important person, do everything by himself. So, spreading explosions became the job of the Zoldyck family. Ashton also put a lot of the other weapons he had to use and even made use of his surroundings once more, creating natural underwater mines that were capable of releasing lightning explosions. It was a combination of the abilities of the ancestral whales and a botanical weapon Brian. And so, after so much preparation, humanity was finally ready for the incoming horde. The soldiers steeled themselves when hearing the alarms. They knew that there was no guarantee of their victory, but they still left their homes with smiles on their faces. Much like their families headed to the underground tunnels with smiles. There was no reason to be sad. Humanity's fate rested on this very day. And they were going to win it, one way or another. The Zodiacs, Morel, Nov, Kite, Pito, all of them stared at the vast forest formed in front of their walls. They knew what was coming. They were the first to arrive. Kite gave Pito a glance before sighing. He wasn't foolish enough to start anything at this point. "I guess this is it," Cheetle said as she released a stressed sigh. Now, there's no need for any pessimism. Our chances are decent." Morel spoke with a charming smile. The man was not one to ever fear adversity. And he certainly didn't want humanity to vanish, especially not after the sacrifice the old chairman had made for them. "Decent, yet not high. Bye-bye," the aged man said while staring at the large trees that covered the horizon. "What's with this shitty attitude all of a sudden? We're here to kill monsters. Stop whining." Kanzai, like usual, was not overthinking things. His attitude did help a lot though, it made the other smile, steeled their resolve a bit. "I think some would call this a moment of accidental genius." "I guess Ashton will sound the secondary alarm when they reach land. We need to all be in positions before that," Kite said while he looked at the people that were gathering around the walls. "The trees will lower for us to fire when the beasts get in range for us," Mazatom said while looking at the sharpshooters climbing and jumping up the tall wall. Most of the army was done using fire weapons. After a certain level of Nen mastery, a bow and arrow were much better, more efficient. Especially since they didn't have a range limit. "Everyone! To arms!" A shout hurried everyone to gather to the walls. The voice boomed over everyone. It was released by none other than Maha. A booming voice that shook the walls released from a body that small seemed comical in concept, but it only showed why he was so respected among the troops. Soon, very soon, the end would begin. Chapter 219, Visitors and Welcome. _POV Ashton_. Well, here I am. With my wings spread above the entire human continent, watching over the slowly approaching sea of monsters. So closely packed together that it's honestly exciting to see just how many will actually be able to even touch the shores of this continent. But many of the beasts are actually flying ones. They seem to be just as numerous. My previous estimate of around 2 billion might actually be a bit low now that I think about it. Sea monsters also seem to be joining the horde at all times. I can feel my tail twirl around in the air, waving to the monsters in excitement. My job? Making sure that many of them die before they are even close to touching the wall of trees around the continent. The nuclear explosives I've created aren't going to come into play yet. What's this? POV narration. Ashton could feel his senses telling him to dodge to the side, so he decided to listen. His body disappeared from its previous location and reappeared 10 meters away. With the corner of his eye, he could see many spears aimed at that location whizzing past the clouds and parting them slightly. Seraphs, huh? Ashton looked at the hole in the clouds and instantly recognized his enemy. The seraphs were somewhat humanoid beings, usually having 3 sets of dove wings. They were shaped similarly to humans, but they had no faces, and their bodies were also usually much larger. They also had 2 sets of hands. They were known to be able to conjure spears out of their bodies and were instinctively good at throwing them. Ashton looked in the direction the spears came from. He could see exactly 5 seraphs. All of them seemed to have different auras, and they were definitely intelligent. Ashton could feel their hate directed specifically at him. Well. Look what trash the sea has washed on my shore. More gods. Ashton spoke loudly, just enough for the 5 beings to clearly hear him. Cocky worm, you may have defeated the Great One, but you have no chance against all of our combined forces. The beings spoke in complete synchronization. It was odd to hear, and Ashton felt like there were dozens of voices overlapping in that sentence. So you claim I'm cocky, arrogant. But, have you ever looked at yourselves for a bit? Ashton appeared in front of the beings, a sickening smile present on his face. So much arrogance, to show yourselves here in front of my face with so little strength. As Ashton spoke, the end of his tail opened up and instantly swallowed the heads of all the seraphs. Well, he actually swallowed the upper part of their bodies entirely, but their heads were also there, so that counts. Ashton then whipped his tail into the air, parting all of the storm clouds that were forming. His move revealed just how close the flying beasts were getting to him. So many guests. I guess I should greet them properly. Ashton didn't move, he just looked down. The wall of trees seemed to expand exponentially, growing with more and more flowers. It eventually reached above where the clouds once were. And then, the flowers all bloomed at the same time. Many would have described the image as beautiful, if not for the danger that these blood-red blooms were representing. Suddenly, a purplish miasma covered the sky directly in front of the advancing horde of flying monsters. Ashton stood on the other side and watched the mist with lacking interest. Not a single sign of any beast reaching the other side. Why? The very second they came into contact with the miasma, 2 things could happen. 1, they were poisoned to death. 2, they inhaled some spores and became trees that swallowed and tangled up other monsters while falling down from the sky. This isn't good though. At some point, they will have a staircase of corpses large enough to completely ignore my botanical walls. The numbers weren't ever going to be useless in a fight. Especially since Ashton was pretty sure of their intentions. The monsters were likely going to completely surround the whole new continent, then they were likely going to rush in and storm the last human city. Well, if they managed to reach it anyway. It didn't matter how large the perimeter of the continent was. Ashton only cared to thin out the herd, not to protect all of the continent. They only needed to focus on protecting the city, which was strategically built to only be attacked from one direction. Having a sturdy mountain on one side, a dome of trees on the others. The trees were actually tougher than the mountain, so Ashton also covered the mountain in trees. That was beside a large wall of trees that surrounded the entire city. The defenses they had prepared were extensive. On paper, there was no chance for them to lose. But they all knew better than to be overconfident. Suddenly, Ashton could feel a slight buzz in his consciousness. Flying through the fog of miasma and looking at the sea, he could see a large lightning discharge happening in the middle of it. Oh, they found the mines. I guess they will be having fun with them for a while. Ashton didn't make a set amount of underwater mines. That would lead to all of them just detonating each other and not causing all that much damage. The mines kept reforming seconds after they were triggered. Ashton was observing them and reforming them with his mind every time. It kept him busy, but the flying beasts were already of no concern. The ones that flew higher were met with even more miasma, as the wall of trees kept expanding endlessly upwards. Well, at least until it reached a certain altitude that could no longer allow for growth. Ashton smiled as he could see the numbers of the beasts growing lower and lower by the seconds. But he knew that there were many more to come. The miniature sun would have been so nice to have here. Chapter 220, Apocalyptic Storm and Calamity. _POV Ashton_. All of the traps and defenses I've put in place are nice. They are effective. Each bomb that goes off takes out tens of thousands of beasts and injures many more. But it's simply not enough. I need to at least have their numbers before they reach the shores. Thankfully, I find myself quite abundant when it comes to ideas. I have so many abilities to explore, things that I've simply never even done since I've created this body for myself. I guess I'll try one of those right now. The plan is pretty simple. There's already plenty of rain and storm clouds around. Why not make proper use of that? _POV narration_. Ashton raised his hands to the clouds as if prompting them to do something. The skies seemed to listen to his wordless commands. The clouds rolled and twirled, forming a large whirlpool that swallowed most of the flying horde that came close enough. It was seemingly harmless, as mere clouds couldn't possibly damage powerful beasts. The gods commanding the beasts that were traversing the waters seemed to be quite annoyed at that change. Not many of them realized what was coming. But 2 or 3 of them still managed to make sense of the strange movements of the clouds. "Everyone take cover." One of the gods managed to transmit that message to all of the others almost instantly. But that wasn't quite fast enough. You see, lightning travels at light speed. By the time they started hearing the thunderous roars of the clouds, the lightning was already shredding apart all of the beasts that even came close to that part of the sea. The ones in the sky, flying in the clouds, were much worse off. Their bodies were instantly struck and burned to ash, the lightning being concentrated enough to turn even their bones to cinder. As for the ones in the sea, countless bolts fell on the water. It looked like a rain of powerful lightning. The supercharged clouds seemed to leave no quarter, no breathing room for the beasts. Some of the gods were also caught up in that large attack, many wasting quite a bit of life force before managing to transfer bodies to something far enough away as to not be affected by the storm anymore. Ashton looked at the scene with satisfaction. He stood tall, hovering right beside the wall of miasma that blocked the beasts, looking at the way nature responded to his will. The ancestral whales, although weaker than the guardian of the temple individually, were creatures that had existed long before any human walked on Earth. They were beings that had complete control over this aspect of nature. Wind, lightning, storms, their speciality lied with both destruction and life. The water that rained helped bring about a good harvest, but the thunder and raging lightning they wielded could more easily destroy it all in seconds. So, it was no wonder that Ashton could do so much damage when just using their natural abilities. The skies weren't just showering rain, they were also raining down destruction upon anything that moved. Millions of beasts fell to that attack. But it was still not enough. Ashton waved his hands, as if in a dance. His hands mimicked the way that the whales weaved through the waters, his aura threaded through the clouds, the storm extended further and further. The beasts died again and again, by the millions. The massive horde was actually getting pushed back. But not without any loss. Ashton could feel, for the first time since he changed bodies, a faint feeling of tiredness. It wasn't noticeable at first, but the more he extended the whirlpool of clouds, the more that his stamina was drained. Thankfully, he didn't have to worry about that for long. If he ran out of stamina completely, he'd just need to stop the storm and rest for a few seconds. The regenerative capabilities of the Guardian were still quite great after all. More and more corpses were stacking up. Ashton could see it clearly with his eyes, even though the stormy waters. Corpses were piling up from the seabed, almost reaching the surface of the sea. By his estimation, he guessed that at least 200 million beasts died due to the raging storm and the spreading miasma. And many more were still dying. as many of the brainless beasts were stubbornly trying to push through the deadly storm, only to somehow reach the miasma wall and die anyway. Ashton smiled as he simply looked back at the human continent. Soon, the actual attack will happen. There was no way he'd be able to keep them there forever. Soon, the gods would all start acting against him, and he'd be locked in a battle with them. The corpses would continue stacking until the wall fell or the monsters somehow overcame it. The miasma itself could also be blown away by the stronger beasts, so it wasn't an impenetrable defense. And he'd also not be able to help the humans much when fighting the abyssal worms. He might have damaged some of the gods, but the bastards were all difficult to kill. They also had countless beasts to take over if they were close to dying. Ashton needed to do his best and separate them from everything else. Ashton looked around the area for a bit. His monstrous eyes scanned every beast in close range. He failed to notice any of the gods nearby, so he assumed that they all retreated back to the middle of the horde, to preserve their stamina for later. So, in a somewhat reckless move, he decided to follow them. Well, it would have counted as reckless, but Ashton, in his current form, could hardly be damaged by most of the beasts that formed the horde. His body was tough enough, to the point where he could fall asleep in the middle of the horde and wake up completely fine, with maybe a few scratches if the beasts got lucky. Still, that didn't mean he was completely going to be fine. Most of the beasts weren't of concern, that was for sure. But not all of them attacked through conventional means. And if any of them had even an iota of intelligence, they'd likely be able to overwhelm him with their numbers. The gods were controlling the beasts, sure, but they were still brain dead, only acting on orders and attacking things when feeling threatened. Suddenly, Ashton's eyes widened as he felt space shift to his side. He quickly did a somersault and turned in the air, dodging away as his previous place seemed to be crushed by the space around it. Thankfully, Ashton's speed and reaction time were both at the top of the world, otherwise, he might have actually gotten injured. That's certainly new. The old hunter spoke without any hint of worry in his voice. Humph, let's see how well you respond to our newest creation. There were a lot more voices speaking this time. But they weren't coming from different directions. Ashton looked at the space shifting in front of him. It revealed a creature that looked a lot like Brian, but it was different in a few key aspects. It had no hands or legs, it was just a torso with that large spherical head, colored a deep red. It just floated in the void, showing its appearance to the old hunter, as if it was trying to catch his attention. A new toy, huh? Ashton said while he observed the being. A new calamity had been created right in front of his eyes. Controlled by at least 100 gods at once, all of them pulling their powers together to strengthen the being. The rest were likely still taking control of the monster army. I'll probably be preoccupied with this for a while, Ashton thought while looking at the odd way space shifted in all directions. Chapter 221, The Anomaly and Voice. _POV narration _ What a strange creature you lot have envisioned. I've no doubt that many of you poured your lives into creating it. Ashton stared at the beast as he looked at the distorted space. You won't escape! !tilde 100 voices shouted at once, promoting the old hunter to just sigh in annoyance. Why would I run? Ashton said as his tail whipped through the air, immediately coming into contact with the being in front of him. To Ashton's surprise, nothing happened. At least nothing happened to the calamity. Ashton looked at his tail with fascination, mangled and broken almost beyond recognition. Exoskeleton crushed and digging into his flesh, the bell and the teeth broken in an instant. Ashton's instincts then warned him of what was to come. He once again dashed to the side, managing to dodge dozens of spears as well as a strange surge of blackish nen that the creature exuded. The spears came from a group of seraphs, controlled by the same 5 gods as before. Ashton sneered when seeing the weak being. Maybe they were to be classified as powerful predators, but the current Ashton far exceeded the former king of the Dark Continent. Stop trying to tickle me. Ashton glared at the seraphs that were hiding within a large crowd of flying monsters. He wasn't worried about the spears that had the potential to hardly scratch him. He was more interested in the strange purplish energy that the calamity had sent after him. It seemed to be folding the space around itself while traveling towards the sturdy walls of earth and bark he had created. It completely ignored them, folding and slightly expanding after reaching that surface. It looked like a small sphere sucking in the space around it. After a second, it created a large hole within that wall, after which it simply disappeared without a trace. An attack that can ignore all defenses. And a defense that can ignore all conventional attacks. Ashton looked at his rapidly healing tail as he smiled a bit. The cost for creating such a beast must not have been easy to pay, even for you lot. I reckon most of you are actually bound to that thing now. The same way the strongest one of yours was bound to the Guardian. Ashton tried to probe them for information, but he only got a few grunts and angry growls in response. The gods clearly made this move out of desperation, which likely made them hate Ashton with a passion. More so than they did before. Once more, another volley of spears came towards Ashton, this time from different directions. Ashton rubbed the bridge of his nose as his half-healed tail whipped around in the air and shot down all of the spears. You guys really never learn? Ashton snapped his fingers and all of the seraphs hiding among the army of beasts seemed to be squished alive. It was as if the wind around them was crushing their bodies. In the end, all of them were compressed into balls of flesh, bone and feather. Ashton didn't even spare them another glance as he pointed one of his hands towards the calamity in front of him, his real adversary. Ashton's palm seemed to light up, sparks appearing around it as he looked at the aura of the calamity. It was surging madly. It was much smaller than that of the Guardian, but it was also a lot more dangerous. Ashton's palm released an explosion. A large boom of fire barreled towards the calamity as Ashton used parasitic explosion to the fullest, even using wind aspect to fan the flames even more. The explosion was released like a stream, covering everything 10 kilometers in front of Ashton. The old scientist was quite sure that he had gotten quite a few of the beasts in the horde with that attack. But, even though the thick black smoke, he could tell that the attack didn't do much to the calamity. Its aura was still raging like nothing even happened. Then it clicked to him. This thing isn't even in the same dimension as me. He now saw it clearly. The strange way space was bending around the calamity seemed familiar to Ashton. It was as if he was only looking at a portrait of the calamity within this world, but the beast could clearly affect its surroundings. So the answer became obvious the more he thought about it. Will this really be a game of hide and seek? Ashton muttered as he blurred all around the calamity. His rhythmic steps in midair created many afterimages that looked as original as could be. Then, something quite unexpected happens, or rather, it was quite predictable. The calamity was unwilling to stand by and let Ashton attack it any longer. Its aura surged once more, outwardly this time. It seemed to be folding all space around the being. It seemed to try and swallow Ashton up too. But it didn't work quite as intended. Ashton, instead, decided to dash in, using the pull of the aura to transport himself to a very familiar place. A place that served to remember him of how foolish he once was. The abyss. Inside that place, he could see the calamity, simply idly floating there. But it was certainly not silent. "How dare you come into our home?" The same 100 voices spoke at once, trying to blow out Ashton's eardrums unsuccessfully. What, was I supposed to knock on the door? Ashton tilted his head as he pointed his palm at the calamity once more, this time, at its actual body. He released another explosion, one powerful enough to shake the space around them. Still, after it ended, Ashton raised an eyebrow in confusion. "You kidding me? So it can't reverse at will?" Ashton muttered once more as he looked at the calamity, once more appearing as if in a portrait, only this time, there was a blue backdrop around it. It was clearly taking refuge in the outside world. "Did you truly think it would be so easy?" asked a voice at the back of his mind. It sounded somewhat amused as if it was enjoying a show. "And who might you be?" "I don't remember going insane yet," Ashton responded in thought. "Me? I'm no one special. I was called by many names, but I guess you can call me Ozzy." The voice gave Ashton a strange and familiar feeling. "I guess you have a lot to explain, Ozzy," Ashton thought as he prepared to continue fighting the calamity. Chapter 222, The King of Kings. _POV narration _ Not much left to explain honestly. I've been with you for the longest of times. The voice, Ozzy as he called himself, spoke with a gleeful tone. "You say that, yet I have no memory of you," Ashton thought while flying around the real world and dodging both gravitational spheres. How he decided to call the calamity's attack, and the ranged attacks of the seemingly endless horde. "Course you don't. I tried to keep my assistance a secret for a long time, but I did drop in some hints for you, using the little influence I had on the world." Ozzy spoke in a more serious tone this time. It also clicked to Ashton after hearing the being's voice. The doll. The small doll that was found with him, the one that he had fleeting memories of. It was likely the method that Ozzy used to contact him at first. The way he managed to inform him of the plan that the gods hatched. "Indeed, that small doll was my only way of communicating with you back then. You were always under surveillance from the self-proclaimed gods. It doesn't really matter anymore though." Ozzy's voice sounded tired to Ashton. "I guess they are already after my blood. Not that it will do them any good." Ozzy seemed to just sigh at Ashton's words. "The barrier that was around the human continents, as you call them, was something that I created, using a vast majority of my power." Ashton raised an eyebrow when hearing the words of Ozzy. He still had little knowledge of who Ozzy actually was though. Ozymandias, the last king of a lost civilization. His kind was forced to flee into Lake Mobius. He erected that barrier with his last breath. But he didn't actually manage to die. His strength during his life far exceeded that of many of the gods that resided in the abyss. So, his aura lived on, and, using the barrier, he sustained himself with the aura of all of the humans that had ever been inside it. He was also using that energy to sustain the barrier itself. But that mattered little now. Ozymandias had waited for centuries, for a being that had the chance to oppose the Guardian and the creations of the Abyss Walkers. And, eventually, he found Ashton. A body with little talent at first, but with a fate so grand, that it was simply dazzling. The talent of his body may have been lackluster, but his willpower was something that stood above everyone else. And so, he started his plan to counterattack the gods, constantly planning around them and trying to prepare Ashton for the worst. Ashton, however, far exceeded any expectation placed upon him. He paved his own way, and in the process, paved a way for humanity to survive too. "So that was yours? I guess it did a good job for quite a while. An impressive feat." Ashton's voice lacked any admiration and all that some would expect, but it still held a bit of respect. "Somewhat. But it wasn't perfect. Numerous times, beasts managed to pass through, either through sheer luck or due to my negligence." The man was likely referring to the Chimera ants, at least that was what Ashton thought. There were many incidents where others managed to cross the barrier unimpeded. Like the calamities that appeared in the human world as well. Or the few beings that lingered even in the waters of Lake Mobius. The barrier was not perfect, but it still managed to protect humanity for many centuries, countless in fact. It allowed for numerous generations and countless civilizations to develop. To the point where Lake Mobius became humanity's entire world. The rest of the world was all but forgotten by most. And those that knew it came to call it by a strange name, the Dark Continent. As if it was a single continent beyond the constraints of the minuscule Lake Mobius. No, the lands beyond were vastly unexplored. Even the all-powerful gods were ignorant of the actual grandeur of the world. "I guess we should concentrate on our enemy. At least for now," Ozzy spoke, as he snapped out of his melancholic state. Ashton himself hadn't been standing around while contemplating Ozzy's words and thinking deeper into the implications of Ozzy's existence. He came to a few conclusions. 1. Ozymandias, the king that he had only seen a broken statue of in the past, was now a god. At least he had reached the same state as the ones that called themselves gods. 2. He was the one that helped him uncover the trickery that the gods set in place. There were a few more besides the two, but the time to think was little right now. Ashton was constantly dodging and flying around the sky at insane speeds. Most of the attacks of the beasts he ignored. He did take a fully powered attack from the Guardian and came out unscathed. But the attacks of the newly risen Calamity weren't quite as harmless to him. "Running around forever won't help you much," said Ozzy while inspecting the situation with a pondering gaze. He watched everything unfold from Ashton's view. "Well, I can't really attack it. It seems to constantly shift its plane of assistance. Never in the same one with me." Ashton's frustration was easily felt by the ghost of the ancient king. "You?" A voice suddenly broke out in the depths of Ashton's mind. It was an annoying shout comprised of more than one voice. Of course, the gods finally noticed the presence of another familiar being within Ashton's body. "You foolish king! You dare oppose us even now? We've already made your dynasty fall." The gods seemed filled with rage. It was also obvious why. Ozzy, as he called himself now, was the only reason the gods didn't have any choice but to watch humanity prosper for so many centuries. Also the only reason any human capable of opposing them even existed. "Can you stop shouting, you actual retards?" Ashton was getting quite annoyed that all conversations seemed to be carried out inside his mind of all places. But such was the way with gods, they were an intrusive species after all. The gods did ignore Ashton. Their rage was focused to a fine point, all directed at Ozymandias, who seemed to disregard them quite heavily. He even released a snort when hearing Ashton's complaints. "You guys are still so pathetic. The only reason you guys were so bold was that I and my elite warriors were away, fighting your guard dogs at the temple." Ashton was a bit interested in the conversation, so he didn't complain about it being in his mind anymore. "Humph! Attacking us was your mistake, foolish king." The voices still spoke with unwavering arrogance. "Still, we did manage to kill off most of your guardians. The only one left was the one that Ashton killed, so I guess they weren't all that great after all." The ancient king also enjoyed taking jabs at the aggressive gods. He found their angry growls to be amusing. "I guess there was more than one like my teacher then?" Ashton interjected with a question that lingered in his mind. "There were around a dozen, with different abilities. The old beast that taught you Nen was the hardest to kill due to its regenerative capabilities. It survived since me and my warriors all rushed back after hearing of the disaster that befell the kingdom." Ozzy responded to Ashton. "Stop ignoring us, you fools." The gods weren't quite pleased by the conversation that Ashton and Ozzy were carrying out. "Like petulant children," Ashton said while he shook his head. "Yeah, they did kinda live in an echo chamber for a long time. Not a lot of stuff to do besides complain amongst each other," Ozzy explained with a mental shrug. "That's it. Your life ends now, bug." The god screamed once more as Ashton felt the aura of the beast surge further than it had before. "Powered by will, huh?" Ashton looked at the beast, in the small window that he could observe it from. It seemed to be throwing its aura around indiscriminately, shredding apart everything as it expanded. "I guess I need to find a way to kill this thing already." Ashton then started doing what he did best. Hatching a plan. Chapter 223, Checkmate. _POV narration _ The energy expanded and swallowed up everything around it. Ashton simply flew off in the distance for a bit, constantly throwing explosives at the beast. Explosions in the form of pieces of beast carcasses charged with parasitic explosion. But they were all shredded apart by that energy before even getting close to the beast, leading to Ashton just snorting a bit and moving a bit further away. After a while, the energy stopped expanding. It still did a lot of damage to the wall that Ashton had raised, almost bringing it down on that side. Thankfully, the wall seemed to repair itself almost instantly. The beasts that tried to cross were promptly consumed by the trees as they grew larger once more. The energy then retreated back into the body of the Calamity, as the gods likely realized that their use of aura was extremely wasteful. Still, that didn't mean they were going to run out anytime soon. Ashton could tell that the fight was going to be an annoying one. POV Ashton How exactly am I supposed to kill this thing? I've been switching around the abyss and the regular world for a while, but this annoying calamity keeps anticipating my moves and always moving to a different world from me. Ozzy also doesn't seem to have much knowledge about whatever this thing is, so it must be something that the gods created just to fight me. But there should still be some ways to defeat it. I doubt they had enough time to plan for everything. So I just need to keep trading blows with it through dimensions to find that weak spot. The beasts forming the horde are already mostly thinned out. My abilities did a lot more damage than I first expected, but that might also be because there have been no especially powerful beasts that showed up yet. Nothing at the caliber of an ancestral whale, or even a dragon really. The army is mostly filled with normal beasts, which are still strong, but they aren't nearly enough to kill me. Would they be able to make humanity go extinct though? Even that is unlikely. The calamity I'm currently fighting is what is likely supposed to kill me too. So, what exactly is the plan here? You can't just keep running around like a headless chicken. Ozzy is a really opinionated individual. I can see how someone as bold as him would be irritating to the ego-tripping gods. I think I've figured something out for now. This beast is always anticipating my moves. The reason for that should have been obvious from the beginning. The gods that made it and animated it are always listening to my thoughts. So there is only one obvious solution. And that is to stop thinking altogether, or at least not think about my moves at all. I can manage that. I have enough control over myself to keep my unconscious train of thought from straying in that certain direction. I can do it. This beast. I'll checkmate it shortly. POV narration A strategy both without thought and without planning. What exactly could that look like? Relying on instincts was somewhat redundant for an intelligent life form to do. And it was actually more predictable than letting his opponent read his mind. So Ashton decided to flood his mind with memories. Thoughts straying far from anything even remotely related to the fight he was currently engaging in. The gods were instantly alarmed by his new plan, but they were still not panicking. Even if they didn't know what Ashton was going to do, they already studied him enough. They knew how it looked when he transported himself from world to world. So they were able to arrogantly proclaim, "Your attempts are pathetic, human." In their arrogance, they forgot quite a few things. Ashton basically cut them off from knowing his plans in general, not just knowing when he was traveling to the abyss and back. Ashton, currently in the real world, looked at the limbless beast in front of him with an empty gaze. The horde around him also became nothing more than an afterthought, not even sparing them an occasional glance anymore. Countless projectiles formed the ranged attacks of the beasts both on the ground and in the air. All of them made contact with Ashton's body, only for him to not even flinch. His gaze was seemingly transfixed on the beast in front of him. Then, after a bit of silence from both sides, the calamity decided to make a move. All of the abilities it had shown up until now only revolved around using its aura to shred things apart, using the space around them to fold them to pieces and disintegrate them. Now, the gods realized that such an approach was far too ineffective on someone like Ashton. None of their moves had even come close to touching Ashton properly. So, their solution was logical. They were going to try a different thing. Ashton's empty gaze also gave them the illusion that he wasn't paying complete attention to the fight, which gave them more courage to carry out the next move. The beast seemed to release more aura. This time though, it didn't shred anything at all. Instead, everything seemed to be attracted to the center of the aura, to the image of the beast's body. Everything including Ashton, if he was to let himself get sucked in anyway. He unfurled his wings and was about to make the distance between him and the beast much greater. Unfortunately, that didn't go quite as planned. From behind him, a large piece of the tree wall he had created came rushing at him. It crushed into him and pushed him much closer to the center of the suction force. A small, twirling whirlpool that seemed to just exist there, wasn't damaging anything. It was right on the head of the image of the calamity. Ashton was about to come in contact with it, but he stopped instantly when he felt danger approaching. Instantly he spread his wings with force, blowing away all of the water and the debris that was gravitating towards him on the center of the gravitational force. Suddenly, just as Ashton was about to dash away, the energy changed its properties once more, instantly expanding and shredding apart the left part of Ashton's body, the rest escaping only with the help of a well-placed explosion. Ashton blew himself into the depths of the ocean. The seawater that had been swallowed up was raining down on everything. The empty gaze of the scientist didn't change one bit, even though it was only through one working eye now. Then, his bones formed, then his muscles, then his veins, skin, exoskeleton. The damage was healed almost instantly, as Ashton had already figured out a way to defeat the thing. He looked up, with a steady jump, he appeared in the skies once more, as his healed wings also spread themselves once more. This time, there was a fire in his eyes. Suddenly, the gods got an uneasy feeling. They tried reading his thoughts but weren't able to do it. He was still preventing them from listening to his plans, something that managed to give them an unnerved feeling. But they weren't discouraged at all. After all, they had just almost killed the pesky ant. Suddenly, Ashton gave the being a toothy smile. His jagged and sharp teeth seemed to be like shards of glass, sticking out menacingly. I found it in a playful tone. Ashton spoke that phrase, with the sole purpose to further unnerve the gods that controlled the creature in front of him. Then, he seemed to let himself be swallowed up by the space around him. The gods instantly got the cue. Ashton was traveling to the abyss. The calamity immediately transported itself to the regular world. Ha! Did you think that would really work? The gods all spoke at the same time, adopting the same mocking tone. But, against the expectations of the gods, Ashton smiled once more. This time, it was a lot more menacing, a lot wider. Suddenly, 100 gods that tied all of their auras together to create that beast, all received a feeling of condensed dread. A purplish aura was spread all around the space in the outside world. It was as if it had just appeared. The gods didn't even have any time to react. Suddenly, the pockets of energy all seemed to gather in several places, expanding in a fiery and hellish explosion almost instantly. You see, the beast was otherwise completely stationary, that much was obvious. It never made an effort to pursue Ashton in any situation, so the scientist was able to hatch this plan with that in mind. The gods here were given two choices: tank the explosion with the feeble body of the calamity, or teleport back to the abyss, and get to face Ashton's tail and bloodthirst. Pick your poison. Puny gods. A mocking voice was all they heard as the entire place was covered in fire. The explosions ate away at everything the eye could see. Chapter 224, Sport. _POV narration _ The explosions that Ashton set off ripped apart everything near the walls, even touching the ever-advancing horde of beasts, causing more and more bodies to pile up. But Ashton didn't let his guard off for 1 second. Even if this move should technically be enough to kill his enemy, it was better to be prepared than celebrate in advance and suffer later. The gods choose to not return to the abyss, as facing Ashton would be almost certain death for their new creation. Ashton would likely rip it apart before it even stirred up any of its aura, as the old hunter was expecting its return with open arms and visible hostility. The gods, after a split second of thinking, decided to tank the explosion. Ashton smiled as he looked at the image of the calamity still projected in front of him. He was still waiting in the abyss, for its return in case anything happened. Currently, there was only red, a bright and powerful light blinded the usually bleak abyss. That was quite the move. I honestly didn't know what to expect from you. I thought you'd ask for my help or something. Ashton could basically hear Ozzy pout verbally. You've been observing me for the longest of times. You should already understand how my mind works, at least to some extent. And would you even be able to help? You're mostly a ghost, aren't you? Ashton responded. He didn't take his eyes off the calamity though, refusing to lose his focus for even a split second. I would be able to help you. I just need to take control of some beast to do so. I'm technically just like them, you know? I just don't fancy calling myself a god. Feels dishonest. Ozzy said while also observing the situation. Say. If this thing was dead, then the image should have stopped already, right? Ozzy finally pointed out after a few more seconds of looking at the flames reflected in the screen. Yep. It's certainly not dead. I don't know if it's stronger than I thought, or has some moves that haven't been shown yet. But that doesn't matter, I just have to find another way to fight it. Ashton said while nearly rolling his eyes to the back of his head in annoyance. Now, this won't be as frustrating, I'm sure. Now the gods will be quite reluctant to switch dimensions all the time, especially since you can attack them regardless. Ozzy was the one helping analyze the situation now, trying his best to give the frustrated Ashton some sort of advice. Ashton was about to respond, but the image on the screen changed, which prompted him to pay closer attention to it. The flames should have raged for quite a bit longer. He mused to himself, then it kicked to him. He looked at the energy surrounding the mostly unharmed calamity. It seemed to be pushing away the oxygen from all around it. Something that Ashton had failed to anticipate. After all, gravity also affected oxygen. It was only obvious that the beast could make his flames useless. But it was still injured. Ashton could see burns all over its relatively small body. What's even better, they weren't even showing any sign of healing. Ashton leapt back into the regular world. This time, the calamity didn't try to run away. Instead, Ashton heard a hate-filled voice echo in his mind. "You worm! How dare you!" Ashton quickly tuned it out. He didn't care for the crying and wailing of his enemy. It was quite stupid to complain to your enemy about getting hit while in battle. Damn, even I couldn't make them complain so much. Props to you, I guess. Ozzy commented in his usual tone. Ashton looked at the injured beast in front of him and tilted his head. So that's how it blocked most of the damage. The calamity seemed to be bending space around it, creating a sort of barrier around it and the real world. Even so, it was burned by the high temperatures, so the barrier was clearly not anywhere near perfect. Hey! Try to survive a bit more. I'm having a lot of fun, Ashton shouted as he pointed his palm towards the beast, releasing a concentrated blast that blew away everything in front of the old hunter. The beast, however, blocked the blast entirely. What it didn't block, however, was the searing temperature that it released. It caused a few more burns to appear on the calamity. Then, Ashton was about to gloat a bit more, but they finally decided to go on the offensive. The calamity spread its aura, mimicking a field of sorts. A technique that was more specific to Nen than Shakti. The calamity instantly squeezed all of the oxygen out of the field, rendering any explosion completely null, as well as causing Ashton to hold his breath. The old hunter didn't remain in that place, obviously, he left almost instantly, only looking at the situation while rubbing his chin. How exactly do I kill it now? He was hoping to be able to cook it alive using multiple explosions. He thought the gods wouldn't use this move so freely since the amount of aura that the calamity had wasn't quite endless, but it seemed that they were going all out, disregarding the fact that they were slowly going to run out of strength. At this point, Ashton could just keep pressuring the calamity until it completely ran out of energy. His win was mostly assured, as the beast was also injured and not healing. But I don't want this. I want to crush them completely. How would I go about doing that? Ashton continued to ponder that while the beast kept up its domain. Ashton then noticed that beasts were starting to pierce through the wall. But at this point, he just shrugged and continued fighting the beast in front of him. I've already killed off more than half of them at the first wall. At this rate, it's unlikely they'll even reach the walls of the city. Many will be eaten in the labyrinth forest. Ashton pondered while realizing that he went a bit far when killing all of the beasts. The defenses were prepared to hold back much stronger species, the ones that appeared were simply weak to him. But they were going to prove as good sport for the rest of humanity at least. I should tell Mahia and the others to go into the forests if they want to get any action. Chapter 225, Hunting begins. _POV narration _ Ashton, that actual madman. He's actually planning on killing all these beasts by himself? Kanzai said while he stretched his hands a bit. All of the leaders, the strongest members of humanity, were all propped up on the wall of trees. They had gotten bored waiting for Ashton's signal, and decided to scout the situation themselves. Only to see a large battle and a mountain of beast corpses that had already formed on the horizon. A mountain that they had yet to contribute to. I guess we've over-prepared a bit. But, we can't really let him do all the work. Mahu spoke while staring in the distance. In truth, humanity was more than prepared for hordes twice as large as the current one to attack. Why? How was this civilization any stronger than the one Ozymandias ruled? Well, the answer is rather simple. While they were initially weaker in raw power, when the barrier was still up, they were forced to find different ways to fight. They became inventive, tricky. Ozymandias and all his warriors were simple fighters. They didn't have the honed assassination techniques that the Zoldycks do now. They didn't have the proper mindset to create powerful Nen abilities with restrictive conditions. To them, it was all about explosive strength. Now, humans are all marginally stronger due to that aspect. Their skills are more up to the task. I guess we can take care of the ones that actually manage to pass that self-healing wall. There should still be a few million advancing towards the continent now, Cheadle said while analyzing the situation. I don't know what to say about this. The situation seems to have been flipped on its head. I guess dealing with numbers like this is also somewhat difficult. Kurapika spoke while preparing his chains. I think this is going to be a good learning experience for the younger ones, said Zeno while looking at Gon, Kalito, and Killua. Hey! The situation turned from end of humanity to a good learning experience overnight. Rather funny when you think about it like that. Haukenberg, one of the princes that were also present, spoke with an amused tone. Let's not waste any more time. If we don't hurry, the beasts will all die in the labyrinth. I'm sure everyone studied the map. We should head to the hot zones and take care of things. Remember to always retreat between the trees when you get in trouble. They'll protect us. Kite was the one to give the start and also the first to jump into the fray. I'll go after Kite, Gon shouted as he also jumped off in the distance. Zeno, I don't think there's any need to use the bombs now. You can just use your Nen to kill the beasts. Cheadle spoke while looking at the situation with a calm gaze. The bombs weren't exactly something that they wanted to use. They were always going to cause a lot of environmental damage. It was a lot better to just fight normally since the situation was a lot less dire than expected. And so, all of the powerful Nen users of humanity scattered along the shores of their continent, each awaiting the monsters. Meanwhile, Ashton's situation showed little to no signs of improving. Is this really going to be a contest of stamina after all? I'm totally going to win it, but I still want to crush this thing completely. Ashton was at an impasse. He couldn't use parasitic explosion, he couldn't use wind aspect, even the blood-soaked carnival wouldn't be quite useful in this situation. His opponent could quite literally bend space and make all attacks stop or pass through without causing any harm. Well, I don't know about killing you, but they sure made this thing to annoy you. Ozzy said while poking fun at Ashton for a bit. Oi! How about you just give up and spare me the wasted time? Ashton shouted, either hoping to demoralize his enemy or make them irrationally angry, causing them to waste more energy. It seemed both results happened at the same time. How dare you, human? Was a lot less pronounced. Ashton could tell that not all of the gods were speaking at that time. Seems like they aren't as united in thought as they'd like to be, Ozzy pointed out while walking circles inside Ashton's mind. Well then, what have you got up your sleeve? I think it's high time you end this fight. Ozzy spoke to Ashton in a serious tone this time. This might be the one threat Ashton needs to look out for, but there were more gods around, and they were going to strike at humanity sooner than later. So Ashton needed to weed them all out in advance. Well, not like they were going to be able to win against people like Maha or Kite without any good host to possess. They were likely just going to die even if Ashton decided to stand by and look. But he did take it upon himself to kill the gods with his own hands. The calamity faced Ashton with readiness, its aura was spread around it defensively. It seemed to have given up on any notion of attacking Ashton. It was likely going to rely on counterattacks to take him down. Ashton looked at the beast, then stopped. Now that I think about it, why am I even fighting this thing? Ashton spoke out loud without even realizing it. Well, it's a danger to human. Ozzy interrupted himself as he realized just how strange the situation actually was. This thing can't move from that place, right? At least it hasn't done so at all, even when it should have. What's stopping me from just leaving? Its meager work can only reach the wall of trees I've set up. It's hundreds of kilometers off from actually being a threat to anyone. The more Ashton spoke, the more he started to look down on the gods for creating such a strange being. They also seemed unresponsive now that Ashton was speaking about leaving. They likely didn't know what to say and didn't want to worsen the situation. This is stupid. I guess we got swept up in the excitement of it all. But since when are they this stupid? Ozzy was also genuinely stumped. Don't think you can run? One last hit. Without any defense. One exchange to decide this battle. The gods finally spoke after a while. Their strategy was rather simple now, and also highly predictable. Bait Ashton into one last exchange and bet everything on it. It was their last realistic chance at killing Ashton at this point. They were obviously not going to abide by the no defense rule, that was mostly just said as a formality. You're lucky I want to crush you. I could just turn away and ignore you for the rest of eternity. Ashton was obviously going to go by it. The old hunter turned to the beast and prepared for his last showdown. Down to a clash of powers, huh? Well, whatever the case. The battle is mostly over, so is this pathetic excuse for a horde. Ozzy commented with a bit of frustration. To think that humanity has grown to this extent. That you have grown to this extent. Ozzy's voice seemed melancholic once more. After all, for a being so old, it was easy to get lost in thought, thinking about the past. Well, no reason to waste any more time, Ashton shouted as he released the entirety of his Nen. His aura covered the sky, his presence made the beasts nearby tremble in fear. The calamity did its best to match Ashton's intensity, but it couldn't compare in that aspect. I wonder what type of shit they'll pull this time, Ashton thought as he further charged up his next attack. Chapter 226, A Fitting End. _POV narration_. What was their clash going to consist of? Well, what could it be anyway? Both the Calamity and Ashton had more than enough for it to spare, but the victory was going to be decided by a few factors. One of them would be how much they could take advantage of the enemy's weaknesses. Ashton had taken his time and looked for flaws at every turn, while the gods observed and studied Ashton for many years. They knew little of his capabilities now though. Well, they knew the bare minimum. They knew that he could still use all of his Hatsu from when he was a human, but they also didn't really know just how many other abilities he had gained after meshing all of those powerful races together. Another factor would be the capability to predict the moves of the enemy. Now, you'd think that over 100 gods at the same time would have a better chance at winning this, but this was also left in the air since Ashton already outsmarted them quite a few times. And lastly, the thing that was going to decide whether or not Ashton was capable of winning. Are you sure this will work? Ashton had his own doubts about the plan, but it was something that Ozzy proposed, so he was obviously willing to hear it out. Obviously. Why else would we be talking about it? Don't worry, I've done stuff like this before. Totally. But hey, I can also improvise really well. The barrier that kept humanity from going extinct was me improvising, so that's something. Ashton didn't know whether to cry or to be relieved. Ozzy came up with a plan to assure Ashton's victory in this bout. It was also not that difficult to do, at least not in theory. The plan was for him to try and infiltrate the body of the Calamity and try to help Ashton from there. He'd lose some aura in the process, but he wasn't in any danger of dying. Why would they need such drastic measures to win? Well, to start with, there was a clear problem to this fight. It would last for a long time if Ashton was to play it by stamina. And he wouldn't really be able to go help humanity in that time. Sure, humanity was strong now, but Ashton didn't want anything unexpected to happen, so the best choice was to oversee things to some extent. But he couldn't really do that, he'd basically be giving the gods some time to recover. Who knew if they actually managed to find a way to move the calamity too? Not like that was completely impossible. The thing seemed to have absolute control of space, so maybe it could also teleport? Ashton didn't know, but he also didn't want to let this fight go on longer and give the gods an opportunity to experiment with the abilities of their newest creation. So, this was it. One last clash of aura was felt throughout the entirety of Lake Mobius. One aura clearly dwarfing the other, yet the smaller one seemed oddly resilient, seemingly swallowing its opponents. Ashton looked as the calamity formed a powerful suction force all around it using its aura. It seemed to be trying to drain him of Nen. Yet, that was exactly what Ashton wanted to see. The mechanism of that move was simple, it was a twirling hole. His aura was to be shredded apart when it reached the middle of the whirlpool. The center is the body of the calamity, the strongest point of the space-bending aura, where it was most concentrated. He released a vast amount of aura within that whirlpool, manipulating it to resist the pull and gather all around the center. Everything happened too fast. By the time the gods noticed, it was already too late. Ashton used their own move against them. With a smile, Ashton detonated all of the aura that was gathered in that place, causing a blinding explosion that managed to part the sky in every direction. The explosion was massive, of similar proportions to the decadence of man, but this time, Ashton didn't need to use all of his Nen to pull it off. The calamity was instantly surprised, but it hadn't let its guard down. No, it was in fact preparing for some kind of attack. Its shield was raised in the instant the flames started spreading. But it also quickly realized the aim of the attack. Ashton wasn't trying to explode the calamity into oblivion. That realization only came when the temperature rose to a sickening degree. It was much higher than all previous explosions, much more perverse. It immediately made the gods reconsider their next move. The gods went full-on defense, forgetting any notion of the one-clash agreement. Used their ability to push the oxygen away again. This time though, the effects were much weaker. It seemed to momentarily fizzle out the flames, but it seemed that the flames were not simply being powered by oxygen. Ashton was using his Nen as fuel. The undetonated parts kept fueling the dwindling fire. It was merely a small patch, it was only going to last for around 15 seconds. But that was far too long already. The gods watched as burns instantly started multiplying on the body of their greatest creation. They watched with anger as it was approaching its death. It was going to be cooked alive in that 15 seconds. Well, not if they had anything to say about it. The gods instantly shouted in Ashton's mind. "This isn't over yet." A booming voice, near to the sound of the explosion still ringing in Ashton's ears. The calamity did exactly as expected, running away into the abyss and deciding to wait there for a while. It was its only choice at that point. Drove into a corner and was forced to flee. The abyss seemed quiet, eerily so. Not that it was much different from usual. But there was a strange, foreboding feeling in the minds of the gods controlling the calamity. "It's really nice to see my enemy dance on the palm of my hand so cheerfully." The silence was broken by a voice, one that only gave the gods even more chills. But that was only for a moment. They instantly regained their composure and looked at Ashton with spite. "You little..." They were about to speak, then they noticed something strange. The body of the calamity seemed to be disobeying them. For exactly 1 second, the ever-present defense of that body went down. And Ashton had awaited that moment with open arms and a wide grin. His tail swung in, teeth completely bared. It ripped the calamity in two in the same instant. First the torso, then the head. The body was shredded up by countless teeth and spit out as a mangled mess in different directions, scattered all across the abyss. "Some silence at last," Ashton said as he gave the body one last look before returning to the regular world. As soon as he left, the body parts were instantly engulfed in explosions, turning whatever remains were left in ash. There was no sound to be heard. No famous last words to be said. Only complete and absolute silence. The gods that had tied all of their powers together to tame and control that beast now lost everything. They were dead, beyond any recovery. All of their aura was either burnt or spent. There was no gloating to be done. The death of the gods was sudden, far too quick for them to react. The entire fight, they played into Ashton's palm, from beginning to end. They might have surprised him once or twice, but they were fighting a losing battle from the start. Overall, it was a fitting end for a group of thieves and murderers. They called themselves gods, but they were as disgusting as the worst of humanity. Not one word to be spoken about them. They were to be forgotten and lost to time. Chapter 227, Humanity's Fate. _POV narration _ You okay there, Ozzy? Ashton asked while looking at the mess he had created in the outside world. The decadence of man hadn't been used for a long time, but the explosion had spread quite far in those few seconds. It managed to burn most of the wall he raised that was in the direction of the Dark Continent. But that didn't really matter, since the beasts that were supposed to pass the seas had their brains melted and bodies charred. The seawater did little to help, actually making things worse and creating steam. I'm fine. At least mostly. Ashton could clearly discern that Ozzy's voice was tired. I think we both need some rest. Let's check on the rest first though. I do wish to know where the other gods are. There should still be a few left. Ashton spoke as he looked at the human continent. Well, by my knowledge, there shouldn't be more than 5 left. I guess they could be hiding anywhere. But I highly doubt they'll show up to battle it out with humanity ever again. Not after today's shitshow, Ozzy said while slowly starting to recover his lost energy. We should really get you a body after this, Ashton said while repairing the wall of trees. Nah. I'm good like this. My time has long passed. I'm not really the type to cling on to life so desperately. I've only wanted to see the death of the detestable things that ended my kingdom. But I guess we can talk more about what to do next after finishing off the rest of the horde. Maybe finding the other gods too? Ashton just nodded at Ozzy's words. It was time to check on humanity, see how many kills they racked up. In truth, they had been keeping themselves busy rather well. The group of leaders at least. The regular soldiers were basically told to stand by on the walls still. There was no chance that they were going to get any action on this day, as their leaders were more than excited to test most of their newfound powers. Monsters fell by the hundreds of thousands. There weren't all that many that managed to pass by Ashton's wall anyway, so these were merely stragglers. Still enough to count as an actual army. Kite was currently the one with the most kills, as his crazy slots saw it in itself to gift Kite with an even deadlier than normal death scythe. He could quite easily walk around and cut everything open at all times. There was no resistance for him, not even powerful predators could block his blows. The same situation repeated itself with Maha. The old man decided to use his newest Hatsu, allowing him aura to turn into a deadly poison that killed most of the things that entered his N. Those that had some resistance to poison only managed to live to understand why Maha was an enhancer, not a transmuter. His poison field was strong, but it was nothing when compared with his body. Any beast that got within a 300-meter range of the old assassin was shredded apart by him in an instant. The battlefield on his side looked like a strange blur of after images. He had essentially created a kill zone, one that he constantly needed to move since the beasts refused to enter it after more and more bodies piled up. They were being commanded after all, even though the god commanding them was close to giving up and running away. The other members of note, Zeno, Silva, and Cheetle. The 3 were also closest to killing the most beasts. The only reason they didn't was that there simply weren't enough beasts to slay in their parts of the labyrinth. The rest were all doing fine. Peto finally getting some more battle experience on her own, although she kinda wanted to fight by Ashton's side. Well, by the size and sound of the explosions released in Ashton's fight, it wasn't something that any of the people on the continent could interfere with. The fight continued for a while, with Ashton hovering over the forests and looking at all the people he could. He didn't bother monitoring people like Kite or Maha. Those that were strong enough didn't need his protection. Rather, he sometimes spared a glance to the children of the Zoltks, namely Killua and Kalito. The two seemed to be doing just fine. The two of them formed a team with Gon and seemed to be hunting down the monsters rather than defending their attacks. Well, that was the case with most battles. A good offense is the best defense after all. Seeing that many people fighting with beasts from the Dark Continent reminded him of something. Or rather, a group of people. Ozzy. Remember the expedition team? The one with that Netero's son was leading? Ashton asked his strange and somewhat elusive helper. Sure I do. I remember that they didn't really respond to any of your attempts at contacting them. Ashton had tried to bring all the strong players of humanity in one place. So he obviously tried to contact the expedition team led by Beyond 2. But there were no results. What was worse, his mark on Curly, the researcher of the group that Ashton got along with, had disappeared. Ashton didn't really know when. It was his mistake for not wearing that relic at all times. But that didn't outright mean that he was dead. He could have also mistaken it for a curse after he got stronger and simply exorcised it. There were many possibilities, but it was impossible to know since they were simply not responding to any contact attempts. Not that the attempts were too good either. Writing messages on birds and sending them flying towards the Dark Continent wasn't exactly a useful idea. The expedition group could be anywhere in that vast world. Or simply dead. Ashton now had no way of knowing. And he found that matter frustrating. Gon didn't really think that his father died though, he refused to even consider it. Now, that Ashton simply didn't have anything better to do, he was forced to just stand around and think about things. Well, he did try looking for the gods that remained, but he couldn't find any. They all fled at the sight of him arriving back on the human continent. The fight was now nearing its end. The beasts, now without any leader, refused to approach the walls that Ashton formed around the continent. The few that were still alive within the walls were slowly being hunted down, being killed either by the trees of the labyrinth, or the humans in it. And so, humanity's greatest threat was extinguished. Surprisingly easy actually. Seemed like most of the effort went into creating that calamity rather than gathering a powerful horde. There were powerful beasts within the horde, but there were so few that it was barely worth mentioning. Now, humanity was left with another great job. Cleaning up the mountains of corpses that had formed both in the sea and on their lands. But that was going to take quite a while. It seems like the fate of humanity is to flourish once more. Rising out of the ashes of an old civilization, now they were to continue expanding. Chapter 228, Final Chapter, A Worthwhile Existence. _POV Ashton _ How long has it been I wonder? How long since the last time I needed to put my life at risk? Well, 10 years have already passed since the gods attacked humanity. Since then, we were able to reoccupy the rest of the continent. I still keep up the walls and the labyrinth. Humans and travelers have learned to walk around the dangerous living forests I have created. It is all mapped up by now. Our population has been quickly expanding. We were previously around 160,000 people in total, now there are at least around 300,000. It is rather nice to see so many young people walking around. Each family was encouraged to have as many children as possible. An effort to rebuild our species from scratch. A team was also sent to travel and retrieve samples from sperm banks all over Lake Mobius, in our old homes. Diversifying the gene pool is a necessity after all. Well, humanity is doing great. But what about me? Hey, there's not really much to be said. I've been living a rather peaceful life after the gods were wiped. Well, I wasn't able to find the last few, but they are no threat to me or humanity. I've been doing my best to maintain relationships this time. Even going as far as to befriending Kite, someone that I have wronged to some extent in the past. Kurapika and Cheadle are also people I keep rather close to me. It's been strange watching Kurapika grow up both as a person and physically. He's working towards rebuilding the Kurta clan now. Pretty sure he has around 4 wives. The dude's not been slacking, I can tell you that much. 1. As for me, I have Mom is with me. I guess her feelings weren't all that fake if she's still the same after a decade. 1. We don't really have any children though, it is likely due to us being different species altogether. But Mom seems to be happy nonetheless. Worst come to worst, I'll probably just create a clone of my old body in the lab and extract some sperm cells from it. That's only if she ever wants children though. There have been many things happening in the past few years. Yet it feels like nothing when compared to the events of those few years back then. In this life of mine, I've got to experience so many things. I had the pleasure to make so many great friends. I was foolish enough to disregard them all and lose them out of fear. To this day, I think that Netero is the only reason I even came to this point. I wouldn't be the same person without his constant presence, even when I was trying to push him away. It was thanks to him that I could recover. I managed to right many of my wrongs. 1. In that time, I discovered whatever secrets my homeland kept. I made more friends. I even found someone odd enough to fall in love with me. I got to take down self-proclaimed gods. I found out that I was friends with the spirit my whole life without knowing it. What else is there? Not much really. But something happened recently, just yesterday in fact. It reminded me of why I ran away from my friendships in the past. Maha, the old sod, decided that it was his time to buzz off out of the living world. I vividly remember my last conversation with him. Why do you like playing this game anyway? We were just playing shogi, using the game as an excuse to speak and hang out. His question took me by surprise, at least for a few seconds. I guess I find it intriguing. A small move can mean so much, yet the largest of strategies can be nulled by nothing more than a small miscalculation. It is also nice to spend more time with you. Not like there's anything else to do besides enjoy life now. Maha just nodded at my response. Maha is someone that can be called part of my generation. Besides me, he is the oldest human still alive. Time is not something I have a lot left of. I just raised a brow at his words, but I just let him continue. I wonder if you will be able to say this one day too, Ashton. Once again he looked at the game board and sighed. One can only be human when he dies. You are human, despite your appearance. You are also older than me. My time is approaching, yet you are the same. I couldn't even find it in myself to interrupt him at the time. One day, your vitality will make you go mad. I hope you are smart enough to not let it get to that point. After that, most of our meeting was spent in silence. His funeral was something that I attended without many words too. It was to be expected. He was on his last legs before humanity got stronger. The excess of Nen he had only served to extend his lifespan for a few more years. I was reminded that living for a long time isn't quite optimal for a human being. So, I made a decision. One that I needed to make a long time ago. Currently, Mom and I are walking home from the funeral. She seems to be quite down herself, but I can feel her concern directed mostly at me. I guess she can see through me rather easily at this point. Ashton, if I can help you in any way, please tell me. I don't like to see you like this. I guess my mood affects her quite a lot. I can see the concern in her shiny eyes as she patted my shoulder. I don't know how she'll react to this, but I will still tell her. _POV narration _ Dear, I was thinking about something. I have lived for a long time. If one day, I have to see you be lowered in a grave, then I will follow you too. No reason for me to stick around longer than you do. 2. Ashton's words rung in Mama's ears without much emotion, yet the woman could feel the sentiment behind them rather clearly. She didn't even know how to react, stopping in the middle of the road as her eyes widened and some tears appeared in them. She knew that Ashton was going to outlive her. That was the case for everyone else. They all knew that he was basically ancient at this point. He didn't even bother hiding it. Now, he was going to live even longer since he had a new body. Mama's realized that she wasn't going to be young forever. She knew that one day, she was going to be gone too. She was scared of it. But it was what made her human. She embraced her mortality, deciding to do with her life as much as she could, like every other human. But, she was always worried. What is he going to do after I'm gone? How will he react? Those were thoughts that kept her awake at night. That ate away at her for many years. Now, she had that answer, but she didn't know if she liked it or not. Ashton, a man that had the potential to live forever, decided that there was nothing worth sticking around for after she was gone. 2. It was both touching and tragic to hear. 1. But, in truth, Ashton truly had nothing to do without her, without the friends that he had made. He already did everything else that he could have by himself. There was no reason to stick around. Comment. B. But what about Pedo? She will be devastated. Mama's had always been a kind person. Even now, as she was moved beyond words and to tears, she managed to squeak out words of worry for another soul. Pedo was like a sister to her. She was always there for her, and Pedo was always willing to help Mamas too. She won't protest much. I'm sure she won't like it. But she'll be able to understand eventually. I have stuck around for far too long. Ashton's words were still calm. At this moment, he finally managed to regain something that he had lost centuries ago. His humanity. Mortality was something that escaped him for many years. Even as his old body withered, he still managed to make another one, filled with even more vitality. Now, he decided to no longer prolong the inevitable. Lest he ended up crazy, like Mahu said he'd become. Hey! Since our days are numbered, let's make the most of it. Okay? Let our years be worthwhile, Ashton said as he wiped Mama's tears away with his sleeve. Maybe one day, there will be a time when he'll look back at his stupidity and laugh, no longer feeling guilt. He wasn't the same anymore. His long journey finally received an ending. One he never thought he'd desire, but so badly needed. Love, care, friendship, camaraderie. He was going to go while all of them were still on his mind, not waiting for these feelings to be washed away by time. He was going to go at the same time as the one he loved most, the one he decided to spend his days with. A happy ending. One unbecoming of the man Ashton once was. But, oh so fitting for the man he became. Ozzy could only watch with a smile on his face. His existence was tied to Ashton's. He saw no need to protest though. The ancient king had waited for that day many years. A day where he could finally rest. Maybe rest was everything that a human needed after all. After all, the ending is what truly makes us human. And that's a wrap, hunters. Party popper emoji, another Applications fanfiction completed, fire emoji. If you're new here, don't forget to hit the like button and maybe even consider joining the Hunter Squad by subscribing, bell emoji. Drop a comment below, let me know how you like announcing each chapter now and if you'd like any changes in future vids. I'm always looking to make your experience better. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you in the next adventure. Peace out, hunters, victory hand emoji.